Welcome to the Sunday edition of America's Day at the Races. Glad to have you with us on a glorious Sunday afternoon here at Aqueduct Racetrack in South Ozone Park. It still feels like summer, even though it technically is fall. And we have some of the traditional fall races on tap this weekend. I'm your host, Acacia Clemana, and we look forward to the feature race today, which is the Weah, going along on the turf for the fillies and mares, as this has been a weekend full of stakes action and full of important prep races going on to the Breeders' Cup World Championships. The Weah today goes off as race number 6, and we'll get a chance to see who can take a step forward, going 1 mile and 3/8 in this Grade 3 event. Just one real scratch out of the body of this race, the others main track onlys. So a field of 10, competitive field, as I welcome in my co-host, and it is New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling, but arguably Weah's biggest fan.
I loved Weah. No doubt about it. She was one of my favorite horses. I could mention so many of her races. A Grade 1 winner on dirt and turf. Started out Daniel Wildenstein, ended up with Peter Brand, actually. I remember her race in Diana when she beat Pearl Necklace, and then I think was a world record for 1 mile and 1/8. I was at Belmont when she won the Man of War with Angel riding against the boys. She was one of the ones. Really a tremendous, tremendous world-class racehorse.
So special, and love getting a chance to see the race named after her. And like I said, came back an interesting and competitive field as to who might get the win today.
Well, I think it's, unfortunately, with Excellent Timing, who won Excellent Truth, excuse me, who won the Diana. Excellent Timing is that speed horse that Mike Dove owned. Unfortunately, not being able to make the race. It made the race much more competitive in a big field, and I think there's a lot of horses that can win, but I don't want to get too caught up in La Mejana needs to get a boggy course to run a good race. She gets a boggy course, she could win the Breeders' Cup, filly and mare turf, if they ran the bog, which fortunately or not won't happen at Del Mar. But I don't think she's bad on a firmer turf, and I don't think her effort last time where she finished 4th, while a little bit disappointing, but I'm still not sure it doesn't make her the horse to beat in this race. I'm going to try to beat her with American Sonia, but no illusions. She's good, La Mejana.
She's trying to defend her title. She did win this race last year in 2024. She's easy to spot with that big white face. Hannah, who rides her in the mornings, has been teaching her to take carrots and apples, and she's learning.
Yeah, nobody has to teach me to take candy.
We'll see if she can defend her title in the Weah this year. She did win on a firm turf course last year. Here's what's coming up. We'll be showing you races 1 through 6. That Weah will be on our FS2 portion of the show. We'll be on FS1 until 3. And we also have a Pick 6 carryover, which starts in race 4 in a wide open field of 2-year-old first-time starters. So you can see how the board is playing. But as always, today's race is presented by Claiborne Farm. Take a look at the field for the opener, though. New York bred, first level allowance, and to the outside. Hey Toby, currently the favorite, as this is a horse with some foundation, some speed, and some pretty fast races.
He draws theoretically okay with an outside post, and do want to talk about that in a second, but there is other speed with the 1 and 4. The track may have evened out yesterday. It's not clear, and we'll see about today's races, because inside speed had been great on Friday, looked to be very strong early yesterday, but it seemed to mitigate as the day progressed.
Let's meet the rest of the field, starting off with Undisputed, second time against winners.
I wonder if he'll run better today. He was terrible last time after a very impressive win 2 back. He runs that race 2 back, he'll win. And I think he's a contender and potentially the inside speed.
Back to the dirt for Sebastian the First.
It's hard for me to take a horse whose only good dirt races were on off the turf races, but one of them was fast enough to compete, and he has a big price if you like him.
Come Full Circle broke his maiden last time out.
Well, he owes me nothing. I just don't know if he's good enough to beat these horses.
Solo Empire, here's some speed.
He seems like a pretty good price right now at 11 to 1 for a horse who could be in front.
There's Chief Liam stretching out.
I'm not betting him at 2 to 1. I'm not surprised he's taking money. I like him a lot. Second off a layoff, stretching out.
Toga Dan is next.
He's not impossible cutting back after running his best figure. Did he run that because, though, he ran against much better horses? I want to see it again, but I can understand the argument for him at 5 to 1.
Faced eventual stakes winner Iron Dome last time. And there's the favorite, Hey Toby.
I've never loved Hey Toby, whose best races seem to be at Finger Lakes, but he's obviously fast enough to win this race. And on a fair racetrack, he may get the right stalking trip, but you have to ask yourself, is he a horse that needs to lead to be most effective?
You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime with Naira Bets. Sign up today and get up to a $200 deposit match bonus using promo code MATCH200. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world, and you can start winning today. Join now at NairaBets.com. As race 1 about 5 minutes away, we welcome in the third member of our team, champion jockey Richard Migliore, here with us. Richie, what are you seeing from these horses in the opener?
Yeah, the first thing we should talk about, Acacia, is it is a very warm day, an unseasonably warm day, and I want to see horses get a little bit of a sweat on today. I don't want to see anybody too dry, if you will. When they sweat, it means their internal coolant system is working properly, and I feel like the race is all towards the outside. And we'll start with the 5, Chief Liam. Just could not look any better. Really well turned out, this Kenny McPeek trainee. Jimmy Jerkins is in charge of Kenny's New York division, so you're getting basically 2 trainers for the price of 1 there. Made a real nice physical impression here. The 6, Togadan, he would get the paddock pick just purely from a physical perspective. He could not look any better. I wish he had a bit more natural speed. I think that could play against him. Even though I don't think it was a pronounced bias, I still think that this track has played kinder to horses that could be forward and inside. And then the outside horse, Hey Toby, he just looks terrific. He's got a lot of natural speed. If the 4 Solo Empire decides to go, he can set up shop just outside of him. And having that good outside draw in a 1-turn mile, it's just such a benefit. Horses can get in a good rhythm. They're not under pressure from the outside. They're not going to get enveloped by other horses. He's going to be very tough, but I'm going to go with the 6, Togadan, because just how good he looked, and I'm getting a better price than your favorite and second choice.
9-2 right now on Togadan. Richie, thank you. It's an appealing price for a horse that does get a little bit less ground to work with. There's your favorite, though, Hey Toby, as we'll take a look at his race last time out, where he did finish 3rd, remarkably behind Rafua, who never likes to win, and he was the one that got the win that day, as Undisputed comes out of this race as well.
But it's not a race where the pace collapsed, because the second horse, and I unfortunately remember too well because I bet him, ended up outgaming him for second at a very big price in this race, and Rafua just picked up pieces in here. But I don't like the fact that he couldn't outfinish the other speed going a mile, and with other speed in today's race, I feel he may have the same fate. So I like others. I get the argument for Togadan. The argument for him is he's improving, and his last race was his best race. My problem is I don't totally trust Togadan's last race, and I wonder if it was more a function of running against better horses. But I'm not going to argue with somebody that wants to take 5-1 on him. I can understand the argument for him. I picked him second because I don't particularly like Hey Toby, and I think the strength of this race is the outside 3 horses. Chief Liam, I didn't have any illusions I'd get the morning line. I was hoping to get 7-2 to 4-1. We'll see if he drifts up a bit. His win at Oaklawn Park early in his 3-year-old year is good enough to be at least competitive here, and with routine improvement, he could be competitive. He obviously didn't run well in his next start and was off 6 months. Something went wrong. If you're not noticing how well the horses in Kenny McPeek's barn have been running both in New York as well as Kentucky, you're just not paying attention. And I think he faced just significantly better horses. And I also thought he sort of just too much married to the rail, never getting outside to make any kind of run. I think he found the right field. He's not that slow, so he's not totally pace dependent, and he should get a little bit of pace to run at. I thought he was just a very logical horse in here. I was going to bet the 5 and box 5-6.
Yeah, he makes a lot of sense. 3-1 on Chief Liam. Framed up beautifully out there on the racetrack, too. As you mentioned, poor performance at Oaklawn. It was followed up by a layoff. Seemed that last effort at 6.5 furlongs, likely a prep race off the bench, as he does stretch out to the distance, it seems that he does prefer. Let's go back to the number 1, Undisputed. As we saw that replay, he was very disappointing last time, and he looked tremendous prior to that race. He was coming off of a huge effort. Now, that 82 Beyer speed figure that he ran when he won at Saratoga 2 back does kind of stick out like a sore thumb. Can he do it again?
That's the question. But the other thing about it is, though, he's got other races that can win, even if you're not a full believer that he can run the 82. Yeah. I mean, he's running low 70s back in June and May, which is easily good enough to be competitive. And I'm not sure the track totally changed yesterday, and if you think it could still be an inside track, potentially he's the inside speed. Like I said, I'm not a big fan of the 7 Hey Toby, so I'm open to taking anybody else because I think 8-5 on Hey Toby is way too low. I just don't think he's a reliable horse at the NYRA tracks.
Speaking of the track, if you were watching yesterday, we had some big Breeders' Cup prep races, and we'll recap them all a bit more later. But in the Champagne for the 2-year-old boys, we saw Napoleon Solo go out to the front, and he was stretching out from a sprint distance. He went fast, and he just kept going on the front end.
Yeah, I think that the second fraction will be correct in there. It was closer to 44.75, but it was a very fast race. He got a 94 buyer. He was eclipsed by the 97 buyer that Ted Nafi ran, but it's not eclipsed by that much. He was very impressive, and I'm not so sure he couldn't be the second choice in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile because Bob Baffert had 4 of the 6 in the American Ferry yesterday, and none of them won.
Right.
I think a lot of people are going to question whether or not Brandt's going to be effective going the longer distances. It should be, though, a competitive pace, and I think that Ted Nafi's shown he doesn't need to have the lead. He's going to be the one to beat in there, but long way to go, and, you know, you don't want to form too strong opinions a month out of the race without looking at the fields. I think a lot of times people make the mistake of marrying themselves to horses they've seen in preps, and they don't really handicap the races. They just say, oh, I always like that horse, I'm going to bet on. And you want to really look at those races. I think you handicap the Breeders' Cup like any other race, like a Thursday in the middle of the winter, and you try to put the race together and come up with horses, and don't just marry yourself to one horse a month out.
I think it's good advice because a lot can happen, certainly even now, between now and the Breeders' Cup. Who actually makes it in the starting gate? How is the field drawn? What are the post positions? How does the pace look like it's going to play out in each particular race? So keep an open mind, as always, when it comes to handicapping. We have an early pick 5 kicking off here, 8-5 right now to the outside on Hey Toby. Has run some quick races. The faster numbers have come over at Finger Lakes, though.
Yeah, but he's run, you know, listen, his last race wasn't bad. I just don't think it was as good maybe as it looks on paper. He can win. He's just not for me at a short price.
He's 8-5 on the board right now, getting ready to kick off the Sunday action. Chris Griffin will have the call for each and every race today. He's standing by for the opener.
Solo Empire. Chief Liam. Chief Liam goes in. Togadan. Hey Toby. Last to low. Is in. All set. Race 1. And they're off. Speed from in between horses. Solo Empire. Down towards the inside, that's Sebastian the First, and out wider, that's going to be Chief Liam. It's Chief Liam who's got the lead, is up by a half length, and Solo Empire goes with this leader. Far outside is Hey Toby. That's the leading trio. Just behind them will be Toga Dan as they quickly come out of the chute. Sebastian the First broke on top, is now taken back towards the back end of the field, just got passed by Undisputed, and the trailer up on the far outside there, come full circle, wants no part of the rail, is out in the center of the racetrack at the back end of the field. 22-4 for the opening quarter mile. Solo Empire takes it right to Chief Liam, and these two are now head and head, but Chief Liam holds a head advantage over Solo Empire in tight at the rail. Hey Toby gets a dream journey here, just off the top 2, stalking them towards the outside with less than 4 furlongs to go. Toga Dan gets the hurry up, 45.26 for a half-mile time. Here comes Undisputed. Dylan Davis just gliding into things, is looming up on the outside. It's going to be 5 wide, but has some momentum. Sebastian the First is riding the rail, starts to move in closer too as the leaders start to come back to the field. Chief Liam in front. Sebastian the First is uncorking a rally. Green cap, needs somewhere to go, is right in behind the leader. Chief Liam at the top of the stretch. Undisputed has been wide, but also has momentum too. It's still Chief Liam holding him off. Chief Liam is still up by 2. They're trying to make up the ground, just grinding away now. Here comes Undisputed. Toga Dan is back into the bit too. Chief Liam has a 16th left to go. Can he hold off Undisputed, who's trying to catch this leader? They just could not make up the ground. Chief Liam, Javier Castellano, they win the opener. Undisputed second, then came Toga Dan and Sebastian the First in 1:36.45 seconds.
Chief Liam with the win, as he certainly did take a step forward, second off the layoff here, and Javier Castellano put him on the front end, and he was able to take them every step of the way.
And it feels like one of, or both, Javier Castellano and Jimmy Jerkins, who's the assistant for Kenny McPeak in New York, were aware that being forward was good because he wasn't the speed. He was probably the fourth fastest horse early, but when Dylan didn't want to have the lead with a 1, because this looked like a racetrack where going back to last with a speed and making a wide swoop was a good idea, and the 4 wasn't fast, he went to the lead, and it really made the difference. He also probably helps to be riding the best horse in here, and, you know, like I said before the race, these McPeak horses are running well everywhere, and Jimmy Jerkins, not a surprise, doing an incredible job, and nice to see him doing so well. And Jimmy probably happy being an assistant, not having to deal with all of the hassles of being,
he's probably
as your
upset.
husband's learning now.
We keep mentioning his name all the time.
Well, I love Jimmy. I mean,
no,
Jimmy's the greatest. So
I got a chance to see him in the paddock
fan.
yesterday, which was wonderful. Just an outstanding horseman through and through, and
good guy
he's really
too.
done an exceptional job with the 2-year-olds based down here at Belmont as well.
Listen, Jimmy's record speaks for itself, and, you know, we're glad to see he's back and glad they're doing well, and obviously working for Kenny is working out well for him, and I'm glad to see it.
It is the number 5, Chief Liam. He's the chief here, 5-1, 6-2, 5-2 winner in the opener. Prices and more when we come back. And as we alluded to, big victory yesterday. Fort Napoleon solo in the Grade 1 Champagne, punching his ticket onto the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. We'll recap that performance after this.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, boost your bankroll with weekly promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. As this is New York City's racetrack, we're really just a stone's throw away from Manhattan if you don't count the traffic. We're
It's not that
quite
far.
close.
No, I agree, not that far.
Easy on the A train.
You can see it. Love
Come
taking
right
the A
over.
train, though. The little bit of the bus this weekend on the A train, a little annoying. You should be happy to be missing that. Not that bad. It's
don't
just
miss doing
Rockaway
the
to
A
here,
train.
but it's a little annoying.
Chief Liam with the win as this one went to the front end, takes them gate to wire, $7.20 winner in the first. Let's head down to Richie with winning jockey Javier Castellano.
Yeah, thanks, Acacia. And so pleased to be here with Hall of Famer Javier Castellano. Javier, Chief Liam doesn't normally have a tremendous amount of speed, and it appeared to be speed in here, but speed's been good, and you allowed him to be up on the pace.
I agree, Mike. The way he played the game, he brought so good out of the game. I don't want to take it away anything. Kansas seemed to me lately, the last 2 days, the horses on the lead, they have a great performance. Seemed to me like now a little more speed track. And Browell, I'll give you one up. The way handicap race, a lot of speed in the race. But it's those things when soon open the gate, you have to use the best judgment. I use my best judgment, Browell out of the gate, I put in the position, wherever he feel comfortable, happy, he carry all the way.
You know, it's interesting. As you get older as a rider, build a resume, more credibility, you kind of have more license to call audibles and ride horses the way the race scheme's up. When you're a younger rider, sometimes it's a little harder to do.
Absolutely. When you young rider, you hesitate a little bit. You question your market yourself. You always hesitate to make a decision. But when you get older, I guess through the spirit, you're able to be more comfortable, more relaxed, be yourself. You see, everybody have a plane A, but you have to play, don't forget play B, C too as well, because that works too. Sometimes we listen to the trainer, sometimes we listen to the owner, but that's the reason we have a lot of responsibility to be out there, perform, and try to give you the best result for the horses.
Javier, you've done pretty much everything there is to do in this game. You're already in the Hall of Fame. What's the motivation? What keeps you hungry and coming back and riding horses like this?
Winners. Winners, they make it more motivation. The more you win, you want to more keep yourself in your career, especially the young rider. Every day you challenge it. You challenge it to good rider, new generation. He keep you motivated. You learn it through them and through the all past performance, in the past. You put it combined, it made me motivated, win the races and be in the game. It's a wonderful game, beautiful game. A lot of people here defend, support New York Race Association. And I think it's lucky to be here.
Well, you couldn't have said it any better. We are blessed to be a part of this amazing game.
We certainly are, Richie. It is those wins that keep us going, and Javier showing why he has been around this game at such a high level for a long time with the aggressive ride and doing what nobody else in this field did, going to the lead.
He's always been good at calling audibles. I remember Ray started with a speed scratch the gate in a turfed route, and he sent a horse that didn't look like the speed of the lead. I've seen him do it at Gulfstream. We're down there. Javier is able to read things and adjust.
Gets the win aboard Chief Liam in the opener as we turn the page and take a look at race 2 coming up next. You saw the field there, and we'll talk about that mile and 3/16 turf maiden specialweight in a moment. But first, yesterday, as far as the 2-year-olds were concerned, big prep races onto the Breeders' Cup. We touched on Napoleon Solo. He went to the front end, and It's Our Time, who was so impressive first time out. He was in chase mode every step of the way. I had my reservations about the distance for him, Andy, and unfortunately just didn't have quite enough in the stretch.
Right, but the fortunate thing is there's a lot of really important good races for sprinter types. And when you're chasing a horse like Napoleon Solo, who's going fast and not stopping, it's one of the hardest things for a horse to do, even a very good horse. And we haven't heard the last from It's Our Time. We're going to see him in big races, and we might see him win a race like the Allen Jerkins next year. But I don't think he's going to be able to win going long unless he can control on the front end. And he just couldn't outrun Napoleon Solo, who took no prisoners here, and Joel Rosario. Think about Joel. When he's aggressive, he often sees very good results, and he had a terrific day yesterday, and this was a nice win by him.
Joel Rosario, who swept the 2-year-old grade ones yesterday. He did it aboard Napoleon Solo in that Champagne. As we bring Richie into this conversation, Richie, a horse that took a huge step forward from a mental perspective, first to second start, and he really showed that on the track yesterday.
Yeah, Napoleon Solo was so impressive, and he just kind of rambled along from start to finish. He ran fast early, he ran fast in the middle, he ran fast late. And looking at him, he just looks so mature. He's so put together. He looks like a 3-year-old compared to the 2-year-olds here. Very professional. Great job by Chad Summers to have this horse prepared to make this step forward, going, breaking his maiden right into the Grade 1 Champagne. He had trained sensational up to the race and bore out what we were seeing in the mornings from him. Just a big, long striding colt who never wavered. And he looks smart, too. Not like he's just one-dimensional, right? He laid third early in his debut. Now he went gate to wire here. But he's a horse that looks like he waits on his rider's cue. He was very, very impressive.
He certainly was, and he punched his ticket onto the Breeders' Cup. He is a big son of Liam's map, and he relished the added distance, getting to go the mile yesterday. And we'll see what he can do moving on to that Breeders' Cup Juvenile, because yesterday in the Breeders' Futurity at Keeneland, we saw the horse that won the Hopeful so impressively at Saratoga in Ted Noffey remain undefeated with another dominant score. He'll likely be the favorite. I will be really interested to see him and Napoleon Solo meet in that Breeders' Cup.
Yeah, no, I agree. His ability to stalk, even though he's a forwardly placed horse, is probably going to prove beneficial for him. He's run 2 straight fast races. I like the fact that Hopeful was such a big jump forward for him. You wondered if he'd keep going on with it, and he ran a 98 in the Hopeful and 97 in this race. So he really did sort of run a very similar race. It's a good horse, Ned Noffey, and he is going to be, in all likelihood, the favorite for the Breeders' Cup, and deservedly so.
Final margin of victory, 2 3/4 lengths. John Velasquez in the saddle, and of course, I know a special one for the Spendthrift team, named for Ned Toffee, whose name was misspelled online, and so Ted Noffey, very good racehorse.
Yeah, no, I spoke to him actually the day the horse broke the maiden, and you could just see how happy he was about the whole thing, and rightfully so. You got a horse essentially named for you and turns out to be as good as that horse. It's a pretty cool thing.
Yeah, it certainly is. We'll get a chance to see Ted Noffey moving on to the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Well, certainly tough to change gears onto a bit sadder news for the sport of horse racing. As Richie, I know you had the opportunity to work with Jeff Siegel, who we sadly lost just this week at the age of 74 after his battle with cancer. Horse owner, handicapper, on-air analyst, somebody that really did it all and contributed a lot to the industry.
He really did, Acacia. And I was saddened to hear the passing of Jeff. He was a friend, obviously a colleague, somebody I worked with, a student of the game. Absolutely just loved thoroughbred racing, was just so immersed in so many facets of it, like you said. So into different sports as well, covering, different college sports. He was just a wonderful man, had great insights into the game. Made me think about things sometimes from a little bit of a different perspective, always like, and it's one thing that I'm proud to work with all of you as well. You guys make me sometimes pause and think of things from a different direction than, I have in the past. And one thing about this game, if you're not learning, you're 1 foot out the door. Jeff was an educator, a teacher, and a wonderful human being.
As, of course, our deepest condolences to his family and friends. Richie, well said, and certainly a big loss. Yeah,
no, obviously a lot of people I know in California close to Jeff and knew him a little bit, but always positive things to say about him, and a good guy, and very, very successful in this game, considered one of the great handicappers by many, many great handicappers. And he left an indelible mark, Team Valor as well, which he started. Somebody who will be missed, and our condolences to his family and his friends. We lost him 74, still too early.
Absolutely. Rest in peace to Jeff Siegel, and we lost far too soon.
Anybody else want $650,000 not a minute? $1,650,000 not a half. $1,600,000. Thank you.
The grand finale of the yearling sale season. 2 catalogs offering quality yearlings by the nation's top sires. A sale that has produced scary good results with 5 Breeders' Cup wins in the last 3 years. Recent grads include Eclipse Champion and Horse of the Year, Torpedo Anna, Eclipse Champion, Soul of an Angel, and many more of the sport's current stars. The Fasig-Tipton, Kentucky October Yearling Sale. October 20th through 23rd in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be?
Jackie's Warrior quickly in front here by 2 lengths. Here comes Jackie's Warrior up the inside to take over the lead from Life is Good. Jackie's Warrior remains undefeated here at Saratoga, and he wins an unprecedented Grade 1 stakes at the Spa for the 3rd straight season.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Enhance your handicapping with AI Fast Facts, exclusively on NyraBets. Open your NyraBets app, click View Runner Details, and a stat-driven fact will appear for all U.S. thoroughbred racehorses. Download the NyraBets app to start using Fast Facts today.
You're watching America's Day at the races as we have horses in the paddock for race 2, a maiden special weight going 1 3/16 miles on the turf. And as is often the case with these types of races, Andy, the distance, a big question. There's Samuel Marin, though, who'll be aboard the 6th orator for Shug McGahee. This is a horse who went 1.5 miles last time out.
Right, he'll have no problem getting the distance. He might not get it as fast as the others, but he certainly can handle the distance. Thought he was getting a little over bet right now, but I don't have a big problem with Duran. Thought he kind of underperformed a little bit last time, but he still ran fast enough to beat these horses in a race that was dominated on the front end. But I scratched into him when Organite came out. If there's a clever horse in here, I didn't see him.
Durand, the half-brother to multiple Grade 1 winner Uni, who is a turf miler. This one going to be stretching out as well by Sotsas, Arc winner, and very talented horse as well.
Yeah, Peter Brandt finally won the Arc, and it was during COVID. He didn't get to go over and see it. Still nice to win the Arc, though.
Absolutely. 2-1 favorite right now on Durand, as this one behind Johnny's Rendezvous, who has been a pretty nice horse as well last time out. And so we'll see what he can do getting to go a little bit longer. To his inside, the number 8 Limo. This horse was $1 million son of Uncle Mo. He switched to the turf last time out, going 1 1/8. He comes out of that same race. Did you see anything about him to suggest that he might move forward?
You know, I tried to.
I know.
And I ended up picking him 4th. He did jump up at the start and break about a length slow, but I thought he had a very juicy trip thereafter, and he just didn't do any running. Now, maybe he runs better today, but I was disappointed in that effort. I thought he'd run better last time.
Let's meet the field for this maiden race, starting off to the rail with a big price, Blue Pill.
Yeah, he's a New York bred who's hit a little bit tough.
They jump up in class today. There's Mortal Luck. Unfortunately, as of yet, has not been that.
In theory, this horse could be forward as he gets Lasix for the first time. A gutsy name for a horse, huh? Second off, though. Second off a long layoff, so he could run better.
Quiet Moon, first time on the turf.
This is really the St. Liam family, and it's much more of a dirt family. And Bernardini, not an effective turf stallion as he tries the turf for the first time.
Has been gelded. There's Party with Smarty going back to the turf.
He's 0 for 21 with no seconds.
There's Orator, went 1.5 miles, finished second last time out.
Yeah, I don't care about the distance one way or the other. I think he'll be effective. I just don't know if he's good enough.
Operation Overlord, second-time starter.
He's the one sort of wild card in this race. Very aggressive ride last time, but with another more aggressive ride, he could be in front, as that was a contested pace.
There's that $1 million yearling, Limo.
Yeah, I mean, I wanted to see more, but he still ran fast enough to win.
Half-brother to Breeders' Cup winner, Uni. There's Durand.
Yeah, he's no Uni, but he's been okay. He was unlucky to lose 2 back. His last race not as good, but his race 2 back would probably beat these.
And Vintage Vino stretching back out.
He's just had so many chances, but he's not a bad price at 5 to 1, to be honest.
He's one of those horses that's just right there without getting the
He's
job
had some
done.
trips and excuses, but he's been disappointing this year. He seems like he was better last year.
As you see, there's a good opportunity over there at NyraBets. You can earn a 10% bonus today on all exactas at Keeneland. Opt in at nyrabets.com for a 10% exacta bonus today. Of course, we'll have Torpedo Anna in the Spinster later on this afternoon over at Keeneland. There's Duran, though, as he and several others come out of that race back on August 28th, won by Johnny's Rendezvous. We did see a Bourbon for Toby try the Jockey Club Derby yesterday, a horse that's kind of been right there, knocking on the door, as you mentioned, Organite coming out. So it kind of opens up this race as to who might step forward.
Yeah, I was disappointed in this effort. As I said, he was a little bit off the rail for much of the running of the race. Race was dominated by Johnny's Rendezvous, but it wasn't on his pace. He made a move, and he just didn't really finish. He ran so much better the time before that. Now, maybe coming back to New York, maybe he'll get back to his good effort, and that's why I end up scratching into him. I don't love him at 8-5. I just didn't really like anybody else near. Vintage Vino, I think, at 9-2 is a fair enough price. And the question to ask is, without finishing last time, why does Chad Brown think to run him at 1 mile and 3/16 when he didn't really finish last time at 1 mile and 1/8? And I think that's really a fair question.
Yeah, certainly is. Manny Franco going to be in the saddle as he is now 8-5, warming up from, well, let's go back to Richie.
Yeah, well, we'll stay right there with the 9 guys. Duran, you talked about the pedigree. I also kind of saw incremental improvement from a mental standpoint, particularly from his first start to his second start. It just seemed like a work in progress, horse trying to figure the game out. I don't think we've seen the best of his ability yet. Maybe today in this field you will see it. He looks great. You don't expect anything less. I think it's more newsworthy or reporting worthy when one of Chad Brown runners don't look good. He just kind of fitting in with the assembly line of good-looking, well-turned-out horses. The 8 Limo makes a real nice impression. You get Joel Rosario sweeping both 2-year-old stakes yesterday. Bill Mott's horses get better with racing. I find it a little bit interesting, and he's extremely well turned out as well. He worked on September 22nd on the Saratoga Turf Course, 103-2. The other Bill Mott runner, the 4-horse Quiet Moon, who hasn't shown a tremendous amount in 2 dirt starts, worked the same day, the same distance on the turf, and went 102-4, so worked faster. Now, I don't know if they worked together, if they worked in company, but they did work on the same day, and Quiet Moon did get a faster time. I think that's noteworthy. Also, Quiet Moon's Grand Dam Brush Gold was a stakes-placed winner on turf. In fact, I rode her for Todd Pletcher in the Mies Stakes out at Hollywood Park. So there's turf pedigree, comes back as a gelding, and I just thought with that workout, Bill Mott getting an opportunity to see a horse travel on the grass, how this horse moved, coming back as a gelding. I thought this horse was very interesting at 16-1, and that's where I landed.
A nice price on that one. Richie, thank you. First time on the turf. He has been gelded, as he mentioned, and for a horse trying the turf for the first time, a little bit in the second generation, as Richie touched on, plus that turf workout up at Saratoga.
Well, it's a negative turf pedigree. I mean, you want to take a shot with a 16-1 shot? I'm not going to ever try to talk somebody off him. I can't see an argument for this horse. I know there's turf in the second family. It's still more of a dirt type family, and a Bernardini, an 8% turf stallion, is proven not to be. It just feels like Bill says, well, an elusive quality mare, let me throw in the turf, because at the end of the day, this horse can't run in the dirt.
No, has not shown anything on the dirt thus far. As we'll see what he does, switching surfaces today, an intriguing wild card in this race. There's the 6 orator for Shug McGahee. He has shown that he can handle distance. He seems to us, Andy, like one of those horses that is just not that quick, and that's why he's been running long.
Yeah, no, I think you're absolutely right, and that's the way trainers think, and they're right.
Yep.
You run him long, and he doesn't rate to be anywhere near contention early in the running of this race. I'm not saying that won't end up working out well with him, though I don't know where all the pace is going to come from, and I think he's been losing to inferior horses to the ones that he's racing against today, but he's trying to do something with this horse. He's 9-2. If he were 12-1, okay. I don't think he's any bargain at 9-2 in this race. I'd rather bet the 7 at 7-1. I'd probably rather bet Limo at 6-1. I'd definitely rather bet. I think all of the 7, 8, and 10 are likely to finish ahead of him, and every single one of those horses is a bigger price. I don't love the even money on Durand as my selection. If I could change now, I'd probably go 10-9 in here, because I think 6-1 in Vintage Vino is very generous, to be honest with you.
Yeah, no, Vintage Vino, not necessarily a winning type, but he has shown at least a proficiency for the distance, and he's run some pretty quick races. I think you bring up an interesting point. Is he as good this year as he was last year? But he's often been right there.
I don't think he's supposed to be 6-1 in this race. I'm going to have to bet a couple of dollars on him.
Even money right now on Durand, the half-brother to multiple Grade 1 winner Uni, as he will try to stretch out in distance. There's a look at Vintage Vino towards the outside. Horse that has shown he can handle the distance. Let's go touch quickly on the 7, Operation Overlord, because this one actually does have some pedigree, which is no surprise. It's Joe Allen homebred. The dam won the Flower Bowl. He's the half-brother to personal best, capture the flag, horses that were able to go along on the turf.
I don't love that he wasn't bet that day.
Yep.
But you could argue that maybe he was ridden a little like Kendrick wanted to give him a prep. He was very aggressive out of the gate. See if he is here. He did not lose by 5.5 lengths. He lost by 7 lengths for what it's worth.
In for race 2 on the turf, here's Chris Griffin.
All set. And they're off. Bunched up there in the middle, a little bumping going on, but here is Durand towards the outside, is on the front end, and there's Operation Overlord. Now emerges with a head in front. Joining that leader is going to be Limo, and Limo is keen, wants to go. Operation Overlord more settled as they're well off the rail. The rail is wide open here, and Quiet Moon is going to travel in tandem with Durand. Will they try and move up? No, they won't. And Operation Overlord, Kendrick Carmouche gets over to the rail and now has the lead all to themselves. It's going to be Operation Overlord, who's up top, is up by a full length. To the outside, a more well-settled Limo now for Rosario, and at the rail, that's Durand. Moving forward, Purple Cap is Vintage Vino in 4th. Back to 5th is Quiet Moon, about to be joined by Orator, who's now in the 6th position. Then behind them, Party with Smarty travels in tandem with Mortal Walk and the trailer, Blue Pill. They work up the backstretch, and the leader is Operation Overlord. Operation Overlord is in command through a 49.4 posted half-mile time. Limo in pursuit right there, a stalking presence from 2nd. At the rail, saving all the ground, is Durand. Then Vintage Vino, and here comes a move from Orator. Orator's getting into it, is now taking that close-up 5th. Tightly bunched towards the front end, less than a half mile to go. Quiet Moon is starting to lose some ground. Mortal Lock, Party with Smarty, and Blue Pill still the trailer. They work into the far turn. Operation Overlord gets the cue to kick for home. Limo in full pursuit. Here comes that continued move here from Orator. 3 wide, is about to join those leaders. Durand is looking for room, just crying out for it. Operation Overlord starts to lose some ground at the rail. Slick move here from Manny Franco is going to tip to the outside here with Durand and chase the top 3. And Durand is now cut loose. Orator, but for how long as Durand is opening up that stride? And here comes Durand just sprinting away. It's Durand trying to sprint away from the field, has now put a quick 2-3 lengths. Look at that acceleration. Approaching a final 16th. Durand, hot riding. Manny Franco for top trainer Chad Brown. Durand, much the best. Operation Overlord comes back to get 2nd. Then Vintage Vino in a photo with Limo in 1 minute 56.58 seconds.
Durand, he certainly was able to handle the distance, and he delivered much like a short price favorite should. That's proverbially winning like the 6-5 shot should in the
Yeah, he was so much the best, it probably didn't matter what Manny did. He might have done a cartwheel going down the stretch and still won this race. Perfect trip or not, he just dominated. But if you wanted to point to the winning move, if it had mattered what kind of ride he gave him, I would say it was taking the opportunity to duck into the inside about 100 yards the first turn, because Kendrick was keeping the 7 off the rail, which kept Limo off the inside, and it allowed Manny, and you don't watch the head on, show the pan shot, please. It allowed Manny to go to the inside because Kendrick stayed so wide. You can't see it here. And it turned out to give him that garden trip on the inside and allow him to get that perfect trip that he ended up taking advantage of.
As we did see the 7 Operation Overlord set the pace, as you can see a little bit there. But we'll take a look at the start once again. I will say for Operation Overlord, he looked done when he was passed, and he was a little bit awkward out of the gate there. And he actually came back to finish 2nd.
Yeah, I got a joke with Kendrick by this horse, because this is the 2nd time that Kendrick's gotten sort of almost, I'm going to say he almost fell off, but he kind of got a half a seat at the start. The same thing happened last time. It's not Kendrick. There's obviously something funny with this horse. And you're right, he did battle back and finish a good 2nd in here. Obviously an easy winner, but here's the opportunity. They're staying outside, and Manny's like, you know what? I'm going to get over the fence, and I'm going to get into the garden spot. And you get a lot of time, mile and 3/16 race, but Manny made the winning move there. I don't know if it mattered, though. Manny could have gone the outside rail and maybe still won with his horse.
what was it, 4-win day yesterday for Manny?
Oh, he's had a couple of some big days.
Couple of big stakes
He's got to be
victories as
blowing out
well.
the jockey standings. I haven't looked, but it
riding
feels like he has been
exceptionally
winning
well.
a lot of races.
Yeah, pulling away, and certainly he's on the best horse here, but he made the right decisions. Manny Franco getting another victory for Chad Brown. Durand with the win here, 9-7, 8-10, 6-5 shot. Durand with the victory for trainer Chad Brown. Bring you prices and more live racing when we come back. Things are still just heating up here on America's Day at the Races.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe.
She feels more than pretty. She feels fantastic.
It is all She Feels Pretty.
Yet another grade 1 for this magnificent daughter of Caraconte.
Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Gainesway Power, Passion, Performance. Durand getting the victory in race 2 at 6-5. He was much the best, but also given his best chance by hot riding Manny Franco.
Yeah, no, I couldn't put it better myself, you know. I mean, as a rider, you want to try to give your horse the best chance to win. You're hopefully riding a horse that's good enough to overcome you making a mistake or two here. Manny didn't make any mistakes. He got a perfect trip with this horse, but he won by so much. It wasn't the trip. I mean, the trip made him more impressive, but he ran like a 6-5 shot should.
It's also, you want to give your horse the best chance no matter what. You know, and horses like that are supposed to win based off their odds, you hope to put them in the right place and kind of stay out of their way, for lack of a better way to put it.
Most of the best rides that jockeys give go completely unnoticed because their horses run lousy. It's not their fault when the horses are slow. They can put them in a good spot. You always feel bad when you get like this perfect ride and the horse you bet on stakes.
I know.
You know, you feel like, why couldn't I get that ride when my horse could win? But all the jockey can do is give their horse the best chance to win. It's ultimately going to be up to the horse at the end of the day.
Amen to that. So Manny Franco picking up another win there in race 2 as it just went official there for Durand, your favorite, getting the win. Again, gets the job done at 6-5, $4.62 winner in race 2. Give some credit to Operation Overlord, who looked done when he got past as the speed came back for second on the inside under Kendrick Carmouche. Here's the field for race number 3, 7 furlongs on the main track, a $20,000 claiming race. And Lost in Rome taking a drop in class to the inside, taking some attention. Speaking of Kendrick Carmouche, he'll be aboard that one.
Well, I picked Lost in Rome. I would book him at 2-1 before I bet him at 2-1. It's hard to believe he's going to end up that price in here. I think both he and the 8 are interesting, but I'll be honest, I didn't have a strong handle on this race. So we'll see what happens.
Claiming race coming up next. We'll talk a little bit more about it. We'll also recap the other Grade 1 that we had yesterday here in New York, the Frazette for 2-year-old fillies. And it was a New York bred Iron Orchard, showing another dimension and going a further distance. Picks up the first Grade 1 of her career. More on that after this.
Magnificent was Full Count Felicia, never in doubt.
Coming down to the finish, First World War. Fort Washington on the outside. They're coming down to the line, and Goliad does it.
Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, boost your bankroll with weekly promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
You're never more here than when you're here. Here is more than just a horse race. Here is where you want to be. And here's the horse that's going to make it happen.
They're off in the Breeders' Cup.
Here she is, coming around the final turn. Making sure that this year, you won't be anywhere else, but here.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
The world's premier breeding stock event, the November sale at Fasig-Tipton. One of North America's elite turf sprinters of any gender, A.G. Bullet beat the boys in the Grade 1 Jaipur at Saratoga. She defeated graded winners Arzak, Think Big, Our Shot, Bold Journey, and Sovereign Award champion My Boy Prince, while earning her 3rd career triple-digit buyer.
A.G. Bullet dominates the Jaipur.
This year, she won the Grade 2 Ladies Turf Sprint at Kentucky Downs, the race where she set the course record for 6.5 furlongs in 2024. A 7-time stakes winner, both sprinting and around 2 turns. Her resume also includes a pair of Grade 1 placings in the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint and the Matriarch. The all-time leading earner for her proven sire and emerging broodmare sire, Twirling Candy. She has career earnings over $2.7 million for owners Calvin Wynn and Joey Tran under trainer Richard Baltus. Grade 1 winner A.G. Bullet selling this November with Millridge Sales Agent.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. As we continue our recap of the stakes yesterday, it was actually a big day for New York breds all around, with Iron Orchard winning the Frazette, and then at Keeneland we saw Rhetorical winning a Grade 1 as well.
I think it may have been a bigger race for Naja Thompson than just the New York breds.
That's right. Of course,
Naja,
New York Thoroughbred
New York
breeding,
breds
but
right in the Breeders'
yeah.
Cup, and Rhetorical, who we've seen in so many races. I remember when he broke his maiden, Randy Byer calling me the next day and going, That horse looks like he's going to win the ARC.
Yeah.
He won his maiden, he got left, and he went off by a million. I meant to call you this morning and say, were you smart enough to take the 9-1 in the Grade 1? A little easier than the ARC.
A little bit.
But he ran well in there. Program training, got a good trip, and ran well to be second. But Rhetorical's a really nice horse, and nice to see New York breds. 2 New York breds.
I know.
Qualifying for the
Grade
Breeders' Cup
1s yesterday. Yeah, pretty exciting. The other one, Iron Orchard, who was right here in New York, and she was running against New York Bred Company, facing New York Bred Stakes Company, sprinting in the Seeking the Ante last time, so it was a stretch out in distance, it was a jump up in class. Andy, I have to say, I was against her on paper going into this, and then I saw her in the paddock, and just the change and the way this filly has developed is outstanding. And she showed it on the racetrack yesterday, too.
I agree. I've been against her every time she's run, so I've been very particularly clever with it. I'm over 3. So if I were the connections, the last thing you'd ever want me to do is pick this horse. And I give Danny Gargan a lot of credit, not only because she's obviously continuing to improve with all her starts, she's running similar Beyer speed figures. I mean, with a 79 Beyer, I think, I'm not setting the world on fire. What I like about it is he completely changed up her running style to be effective in here. And, you know, when a trainer does that in a race like that, they are risking being second-guessed. When she ended up not liking rating and running 6 in there, people would have said, why'd you take her speed away, Danny? Why would you do that? And instead, he proved to be successful. And I think it's something, and listen, I've been critical, too, of trainers, perhaps unfairly at times with this. Danny tried something, and it really worked out. Second horse also ran really well for Raylu.
Absolutely. As Richie, we bring you into this conversation here too. Iron Orchard, New York bred, getting the victory. She remains undefeated. What were your thoughts on the performance?
Yeah, just like you guys are saying, what made it impressive was the change in tactics, the change in style. Here's a filly with so much natural speed, and they got her to switch off and come with a run. And maybe a little bit against the grain of the racetrack, but this was a really nice effort. Opens up other options for them. You know, it's always been something I've thought a great deal about, that all good horses have one characteristic they share. They possess speed. It depends on how they learn to use that speed, how they learn to dole it out. I think this opens a whole new world for this filly. If, you know, she's got enough natural speed. If nobody wants it, she can make the running. But if they want to go fast, she can settle and come with a run. Then you got to love her demeanor. She's just such a determined filly. Her ears pinned. I love when I see that expression on a horse's face. She did not want to lose. And it was a very strong stretch run because the filly from the inside never yielded and was trying to come back on late. But great job by Danny Gargan. And the filly is just very, very good.
She certainly is, Richie. Thank you. She was a $500,000 two-year-old purchase running against New York Bred Company and clearly living up to that purchase price now as a Grade 1 winner and on to the Breeders' Cup. The runner-up Riley Toole coming out of that spin-away. And speaking of the top 2 finishers in the spin-away, we saw them rematch at Keeneland on Friday in the Alcibiades, Tommy Joe and Percy's Bar. Now, we'll take a look at the pan shot first and then followed by the head-on. They're dueling on the turn, Andy, and there's going to be a significant bump of the inside horse, Percy's Bar, the eventual horse to cross the wire first, into Tommy Joe that results in a disqualification right there.
There's no question she fouled her.
Yep.
There's no question about it. I would have left her up because I don't think Tommy Joe is ever getting by her, and I didn't think it watching the race live, and I don't think it watching afterwards. But she committed a foul, so it's not a DQ I would have made. But I don't think they are wrong in taking this horse down. She did commit a foul at a pivotal moment. Richie was saying to me, Richie feels like it killed her momentum, and he thought she was going by, and I obviously respect Richie's opinion a great deal on that. I felt slightly differently, but I think there's no argument that it was a bad. You can't say it was a bad DQ. Mm-hmm. You might say I disagree with it, but I don't think it was a bad disqualification. She won. She's still undefeated, but the bloom is off the rose.
Yeah, I'm a little bit in between you and Richie. I think that it was a valid DQ given the time at which she bumped and how close they were at that point. But I don't think Tommy Joe was going to go by. I think she was second best yesterday.
And I think you'll also agree. You know, a lot of people say, oh, they could have gone around again. We never know about those things, and you don't really know. You and I believe she wasn't going by. Richie thinks she might have gone by, and I think it's fair to say you don't want to play God in these situations. You don't want to say she was never getting by because you don't know. And the fact is that the first-place finisher committed a serious foul at a pivotal moment in the race. I don't think you can deny that. And in fairness to stewards, I think that's probably what they saw. And I don't think it's a bad takedown. I might not have made it, but I don't think it was a bad call.
So we'll see what the future does hold for Tommy Joe, who had some, I think still has some distance questions. Yes, she did technically win, but was second best as far as crossing the wire in that Alcibiades on Friday.
Yeah, I just don't think you want to go to the Breeders' Cup off of that prep. You want to go off of Ted Naffy's prep. You want to go off the kind of prep we saw yesterday with Napoleon Solo. You want to see them run well going forward. But I will say right now, I think that 2-year-old filly division is absolutely wide open.
Very wide open for sure. Be curious to see what will happen on to the Breeders' Cup. Horses in the paddock, though, for race 3. A little bit of a different level, a little bit of a different conversation here. Just a $20,000 claiming race. The backbone of the sport, these claiming horses. And there is Brew Pub. Talk about a tough lunch pail type horse. He brings his lunch pail and goes to work. 61st start of his career as he's looking to make it 2 wins in a row, stepping up a bit in company.
Yeah, I don't understand Brew Pub being the favorite. I really don't. He's just not a winning type, and he got a perfect trip against a very weak bunch last time.
And that was against $12,500 company, stepping up to $25,000 today. There is Lost in Rome. He's 9-2 right now. The benefit for him is that he's taking a drop in class, though it's been a while since he's seen the winner's circle.
Yeah, that's my biggest problem, and I picked him, is that he has not won in quite a while. But he's running them finally at a realistic level, and I think he's run okay for the new connections. He's getting to a dry track, though one of his worst races since being claimed was on a dry track. But he's also been in some fields that are just better than these. You know, you compare him to the 6. The 6 is moving up considerably off a perfect trip win, whereas he is dropping down and running a more realistic spot. I think both he, the 1, and the 8, Thrill of It, are interesting alternatives in this race at slightly better prices. The old Pro Amundsen can run well. I still think he's tailing off a little bit, and he comes out of a race that was dominated more forward in there, whereas Thrill of It, who ran a few lengths behind him, he didn't have the best of trips in there. Not a bad trip, but not exactly a winning trip.
When the 2 Stolen Base scratched out of this race, it really did kind of open up as to who would be taking the money and who would be kind of the, quote, horse to beat.
Yeah, I mean, you know, when you see a scratch of a horse that was claimed for 40 by Sharp Connections, and I hold Sandy Goldfarb in the highest regard in the Sharp Connections department, and they're running for 20, that's a bad sign. Now, he might have just been better than these, but these are connections that have been very good claiming together. Brad Cox's New York team and Sandy, and when they claim for 40 and run for 20, they're basically telling you, I made a bad claim. And if Sandy Goldfarb thinks he made a bad claim, I'm not inclined to take a short price on that horse.
So that horse coming out leaves it a little bit more wide open. There's a look at the 9, Best Bet to the outside. Did win by open lengths last time out, and I have to say, I thought that day he looked the best that he ever has, or at least that he has in a long time. He was able to control over Brew Pub and Peak, who also came back to win. Can he wire the field again?
Well, I mean, Eric, if Eric doesn't send this horse to the front, then he has to reconsider his occupation, because he's a one-way horse. He went the lead. He went pretty quick last time, and he got the job done. He easily beat Brew Pub, 12-5 claimers, bottom-level horses. In a race like this, I want to have horses that have at least competed well at this level. You got to realize, when you're running at the very bottom for 12-5, when you run for 16 or 20, the horse in the race are basically worth 16 or 20. When you run for 12-5, it's the bottom level. Anytime you're in the bottom level of the track, you're running against horses that are worth between 0 in that level. It is the easiest race to win.
Let's meet the rest of the field, starting things off with a horse we talked about a bit. There's Lost in Rome, now 5-1.
My pick, 5-1, and I'm going to lose a few dollars in this guy with my man Kendrick.
The 2 is out. There's the 3, Timaeus.
A nice win for him yesterday. Last time, actually, Paulie liked him last time, but I think this is a much tougher field.
Ruben Silveira has his hands full there. Amundsen, there he is, the old pro.
Yeah, I mean, he's a very cool horse. I'm against him, but he could certainly win. He's such a neat horse.
Big price on the 5, Elusive Doro.
It's a horse that was claimed for 62.5 at Monmouth 2-back.
There's Brew Pub, still the tepid favorite.
I have no idea who thinks this horse is a good bet at 3-1, but it's not me.
Number 7, I should say, 6-1 on Suerte.
I kind of like the horse turning back a little bit. He's another horse whose best races are behind him, but he's got some okay recent efforts.
Thrill of It, been at this level.
I bet him last time. I'm going to use him again today. At least maybe he's rounding back into form.
And he's a nice price at 7-1. And Best Bet, we know he should be on the front.
I don't love him today, but Eric's going to send him to the front, and I don't think he's impossible in here. It's not my cup of tea.
That's the field for race 3. Let's check in track said with Richie.
Yeah, I think you kind of framed it perfectly, Acacia. These are the meat and potatoes of the game. These are the horses that show up and go out there and give their best every single time. And the 4, Admonson, he completely embodies that. He's 10 for 25 here at Aqueduct, 17 wins overall in his life, over $855,000 in earnings. Horse bred by Barry Schwartz at Stonewall Farm. And doesn't it look like there's potential here for him to lead these throughout, where he could be maybe the controlling speed? He could not look any better at the age of 9 when he turns 10 on New Year's Day. All thoroughbreds get 1 year older on New Year's Day, even though their birthdays might not be for a few months. Officially, they're a year older. He will not be able to compete on the NYRA circuit, and he looks great in the flesh. His coat, still a lot of enthusiasm for the game. He is the kind of horse that embodies just what you're talking about, the meat and potatoes of this game, and he will be my top selection. I wish I was riding him. I'd bounce him out, put him right on the lead. The 8-horse Thrill of It, I get such a big kick out of this horse. He was bought for $1,000 by Tanya Terranova for her husband, John. He's earned over $79,000, excuse me. And he's interesting, should be stalking from the outside, making a really nice impression in the paddock and on the racetrack. And then the 9, Best Bet. Couldn't look any better for Gus Rodriguez. He is moving up in company after going gate to wire. I agree with Andy. This horse needs to go to the front. He's the only one other than Admonson that has any speed, and he has kind of already tipped his hand that he is an absolute need-the-lead type. So when you're a rider, simplifies things, makes my job easy, clear my head. I'm doing one thing, let everybody else adjust around me.
So I have a question for Richie. I want to know who Richie's going to lead on in this race, Amundsen or Best Bet. I think, Richie, if you tried to go to the lead on Amundsen, you might be in a little trouble with Best Bet in there.
Well, I'll be honest with you, though. If I'm on Amundsen and I come out running, I handicap jockeys as well as horses. And if I make that kind of throw down the gauntlet move, I wonder who would blink first, Andy.
Oh, I actually don't. Richie's lying. Richie doesn't wonder. He knows exactly who would blink first. I don't know. I'm not sure if Amundsen is really fast enough to outrun Best Bet, but I think that Richie's point's a very valid one here. Who is betting Best Bet at 5-2? I mean, isn't he the absolute epitome of last time was the time?
Yeah.
I mean, unless you just feel like he's turned it around.
I know that he ran a fast race and he won by open lengths that day, but prior to that, he had not been in good form.
I agree, and I think there's an argument the track helped him a little bit. It was mostly fair. Once again, I'm not saying that this Brew Pub or Best Bet can't win this race. I just think they're underlays. That's all. I don't want horses that won races against significantly cheaper horses. I mean, you look at the 3, 6, and the 4, 6, and 9 at similar prices. I just think Amundsen is just a better bet than any of them, and I don't particularly love Amundsen in here. I just think he's a more likely winner than of those 3. I think he's way the likeliest winner.
Yeah. I have such a soft spot for Amundsen. I always hope to see him do well, and I agree with Richie. I thought in Saratoga this summer he looked sensational, like he still was a horse that could run. It's hard. He's a 9-year-old now. You know, he's certainly getting up there. He's running at this level. The question is, can he still run those kinds of quick races that he has? And it will be, I think, a telling race today, coming back at this level once again.
And I think this random rule of
now your favorite.
Not letting 10-year-olds run in NYRA is a mistake. These are not the horses that we should be concerned about. There are horses, and we want to be concerned about all our horses. But these old pros, they stuck around this long for a reason.
They know how to look out
I
for
don't
themselves.
understand why suddenly Amundsen can run on December 31st, but on January 1st he can't run. And I think it was a somewhat arbitrary rule that was made that, in my opinion, should be changed.
These are some of the soundest and toughest horses on the track, that's for sure.
Right. That's a rule that I never agreed with from day one, and I think it's proven to be a bad rule. It affects very few horses, and we've seen them. I'll always feel bad that Backside of the Moon wasn't allowed to continue racing here at 10. I love that horse. Not as much as my friend David Aragona loved him, but I loved him nonetheless.
Amundsen, the 9-year-old, currently your favorite at 5-2 as they load in for race 3. 7 furlongs on the main track. Chris Griffin has the call.
Here's Thrill of It. Thank you, Acacia. best bet. Last to load to the outside. Best bet goes in. All set. Little fractious best bet. Now settle. And they're off. Best bet shows early speed towards the outside, and here comes Timaeus is joining that early lead too. But best bet, the clear leader, crosses over, gets in front, hooks up with the backstretch, and now Amundsen's going to apply some pressure here in the 2 path. Also out there wider is Brew Pub. So now they are 3 across the racetrack up top. Just behind them, Timaeus, and settling behind them, Elusive Doros back to 5th. Then comes the gray. That's Suerte. Second to last, Thrill of It, and the trailer, Lost in Rome. 22.57 for the opening quarter mile. Best Bet has got the lead. Look over his right shoulder. Eric Kensell is controlling the tempo with Best Bet. Now moves into that far turn. Amundsen tries to move in closer, still a half length back. Here comes the run from Brew Pub. Ricardo Santana Jr. is now within range, and at the rail, Timaeus is shoved along, not making up the ground yet. The gray, Suerte, is making hard work of it outside. Thrill of It trying to warm to the task. Second to last, Elucidoro, the trailer, Lost in Rome. Best Bet is the leader. It's Best Bet, the top of the stretch. Timaeus was right up upon heels, is down at the rail, trying to rally on now. Also trying to run on still is Amundsen in those red blinkers. Timaeus has got the momentum at the rail. Best Bet's got company and just got past. Timaeus has a furlong left to go. It is now opening up here down towards the inside. The rest are making hard work of it, but Timaeus is now opening up. Timaeus is inside the final 16th. Timaeus is your winner, and Timaeus is 13-1. Timaeus wins it. Finishing second there, Brew Pub. Then came Best Bet. Looked like Lost in Rome in that photo with Thrill of It in 1 minute 22-1.
Timaeus up the rail, makes it 2 wins in a row. He won a condition claiming race last time out, as he's the lightly raced one of this group, making just start number 13 of his career.
There are going to be horses that win that a handicapper looks back and says, I can sort of make a case. I can see that. I have absolutely no idea how you could possibly like this horse. It certainly makes me think being inside was a good idea, but he won so easily in here. He's just completely turned his career around. I have no idea where the hell this race came from, but he ran a big one. I think there's a lot of pick 6 players out there thinking, am I glad the 3rd race wasn't part of that sequence, because we might already be looking at something like a double carryover.
Yeah, absolutely. And he was much the best in there. Ruben Silveira aboard. There's Rudy Rodriguez. The barn is hot right now.
They're hot, and I don't know what to say. I couldn't make this horse before the race, and I can't make him after the race.
Won a non-winners of 3 condition claiming race last time out. Stepped up to face Open Company with some tough, hardened veterans in here that we talked about. I mean, for instance, Amundsen posted to his outside, was a 17-time winner, and he snuck up the rail. Best Bet set the pace as anticipated. Great ride by Ruben here.
Yeah, great ride, but this horse was much the best. I just have no idea where the race came from. I mean, he's got 1 race for Linda that made him a player in here, but the races for Rudy, none of them have been even remotely competitive. I'm confused.
Timaeus makes it 2 wins in a row, 13-1 upset here in race 3, 3-6-9-1 in the 3rd. Prices and more when we come back.
I have 52,000 starts in my life. I've never seen one that could take as much as he did early and continue to improve.
And it is Godite.
He's strong, he's attractive.
And he's gonna win the hopeful.
He's extremely smooth and fluid.
Gunite is a tough customer here as they come on for the finish.
How sound he is.
Gunite got the jump.
Consistent mentally, physically.
He will defeat Elite Power in the Forgo.
Complete package.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing, brought to you by America's Best Racing, making the sport easier to follow. Explore stories, betting tips, and race day insights at americasbestracing.net today. An upset in race number 3. It was the number 3, Timaeus, sneaking up the rail under Ruben Silveira and making it 2 wins in a row.
Winning for fun in this race, absolutely destroying the field and running a fast race. You could say there were some no-shows, but this was a fast race. This horse ran.
Finished much the best. Got a chance to come up the inside there as you see the pace set by the number 9, Best Bet, as we anticipated. And not only getting through, but then pulling away from this competition. Nobody else really lifted a hoof here.
No, but this horse really ran and ran big. I don't know where it came from. I couldn't have this horse under any circumstances. Frankly, I think 13-1 was an underlay.
Yeah.
Not the way he ran, though.
Could have said he took some money. $29.96 winner in race 3. So an upset. Brewpub checking in second. We have coming up next our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day, brought to you by Spendthrift Farms. 6-time reigning champion General Sire Into Mischief, sire of this year's Kentucky Derby and Belmont Stakes winner Sovereignty. Here's a look at the field right now. It does also kick off today's pick 6, where we had that carryover, and it's all first-time starters. So you're kind of relying on pedigree, sales workouts, the way that they've been training, and of course we'll get a chance to hear Richie's opinion down in the paddock. But right now you have a tepid 7-2 favorite on the number 1 for the ladies.
Yeah, and I'm not sure how much help you're going to get on the board. I'm looking at pick 3s, and the 1 is a slight favorite over the 3, with the 9 the third choice. I'll take a look at doubles, where the 1 is a real favorite over the 3. There's a bunch of horses I'm sure you know have worked well with the 2-year-old sales. 9 4/5 for 4 the Lays, the 1, 10 flat for the 2. Sion's Rose, 10 flat for Best Girl Magic, who's been working at a training center. The 9 Cravings worked 10 flat. So there's some things the 2-year-old sales, but there's nobody in this race that is a short price. Though looking at doubles, it does feel like the 1 for the ladies, for better or worse, looks to like she'll be the favorite in this race over Sassy 1. Both of them are dangerous. But I don't think for pick 6 purposes, you're getting enormous help on the board as far as throwing horses out or using them.
It'll be a tricky one, that's for sure, as we're at that time of the year. You can't really rely on the clocker report or workouts available like you have in the summer. Well, we'll continue our stakes recap when we come back. In the Miss Grillo, the Jockey Club Derby, and the Discovery, they all took place yesterday. Who won those races? We'll recap it after this. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
Quality Road, proving Lane's End's tried and true stallion-making tradition. Quality Road has sired multiple Eclipse Award and Grade 1 winners, including champion 2-year-old Colt Corniche, champion 2-year-old filly Caledonia Road, champion 3-year-old filly Abel Tasman, Grade 1 winner Bleecker Street, and classic winner National Treasure. He's a leader of his generation. Quality Road, a stallion that stands above the rest.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, boost your bankroll with weekly promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Welcome to the 2025 Keeneland September Yearling Sale, where history was made when Three Chimneys Gunrunner, the sire of 2025 Grade 1 winners Sierra Leone, Locked, and Brent, became the first horse in the history of the Keeneland September Sale to sire the session topper of each of the first 4 sessions. Among them was the $3.3 million sale topper, purchased by Peter Brent, MV Magner, and Winchell Thoroughbreds. Gunrunner, Breed Shaper, Dream Maker.
We do this so your granddaughter can work on a farm someday. So the stands will still be packed in 50 years. That's why we come to work every day, obsess over every single detail. Because the story of racing is written one moment at a time. And the future of our industry deserves nothing less. Keeneland, every moment matters.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. It was a massive day of stakes action yesterday, and very important prep races, as we mentioned, for the Breeders' Cup, not just on the dirt, but on the turf as well. The 2-year-old fillies had their chance in the spotlight on the grass in the Miss Grillo, and gotta give it to ground support, Andy. I know nobody else sent to the front with her, but that's now back-to-back races that she's won. And she debuted at 100-1. She wasn't quite that big a price yesterday, but still an upset.
Might be interesting to point out to some of the jockey colony here that the jockeys that ship from out of town have figured out that if you're aggressive the first quarter here in turf races, you can get to a lead and back it down. Yep. And that's just what Adam Beskiza did here. It helps me, Ryan, the horse that was the best horse in the race. I think a 78 or 79 buyer, clearly best in this race yesterday. I think Deep Learning did not run back to her earlier races, maybe not quite as good as that maiden race looked, because she got a great ride and a great trip from Ricardo. She was simply second best in this race. Horse was best, but these turf 2-year-old races right now, hey, in the Breeders' Cup look wide open. And I'm not saying she's not a contender of the U.S.-based horses, but I have a feeling the Euros may be watching, and after the success that Aidan O'Brien had, sending more higher-level 2-year-olds of his last year, I think you're going to see Aidan start dominating those races.
Very wide open races typically, as we earlier in the card saw the Grade 2 Jockey Club Gold Cup for the 3-year-old turf horses, and what has been a rather lacking division, but you have to give it to Asbury Park, living up to the pedigree, half-brother to Spanish Mission, who won this race a couple years ago, and he was much the best in there. Manny Franco was laughing with me after the races. He couldn't even pull him up. He was still running.
I mean, once again, another horse that Manny gave a perfect ride to, and I don't even know how much it really mattered. He was so much the best. I'm not surprised he won. I thought he's run well in his recent races, and he's had some trips in those races. He got a good one here. He liked the distance. I think you'll see Chad Brown cut him back to the 1 1/8 for the Grade 1 Hollywood Derby late in the Del Mar meeting. I think he'll be a contender. He didn't get such a big figure, 86. I think his win was more a reflection of the fact that nobody else really was that good in there. He's okay, but he's going to have to step forward. He goes to next year, but I think winning the 1 3/8 gives hope that maybe with some improvement next year, he can start running in some of those bigger distance races around the country where the local horses just aren't that good.
And that was one of 2 stakes on the card for Manny Franco and Chad Brown. The other one earlier in the day. This horse rated by Merit, first start since November. He remains undefeated. He remains a horse that tends to get out and drift a little bit, but he's fast, and he certainly was best in there too.
105 buyer, the second horse, both of them rode the rail. Second horse had to angle out in the stretch. They both drifted a little bit, but rated by Merit got a 105 buyer, 103 for the runner-up, and have to imagine that Chad will be looking to maybe get him the cigar mile going forward. He's clearly a horse that has some issues, but I mean, he has never not run a fast race. He's obviously got some talent, and if they can keep him sound, I think you'll see some good things from him going forward.
Won the Discovery yesterday. There you see it a little bit drifting. As Manny Franco said afterwards, I watched the replays. I knew he was that kind of horse. He was ready for it, and he was clear over Wise Up, his stablemate, both of whom put forth good accounts of themselves. Here's what took place yesterday. Biggest price on the card was Miss Grillo and ground support. I should say the biggest price of the stakes yesterday. Napoleon Solo, pretty impressive, winning that Champagne, and a bit of an upset as well for Chad Summers. Remains undefeated, 2 for 2, and very exciting. I'm sure a lot of these horses moving on to
I think one of the nice things you can say about these results, whether you like them or not, the best horses won those races. Yep. And I think it's always good when you won big races to see horses win. And you can say, hey, that horse was best. I didn't like that horse, whatever the case may be. But those races were won by the best horse. That's a good thing.
Horses in the paddock for our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. There's the one for the ladies, current favorite. Richie, what's she showing you down in the paddock?
Yeah, I tell you, Acacia, this is a good-looking group. It seemed like a lot of well-prepared young horses here, starting with that one for the ladies. So she's really handling herself well. They kept her down on the far end, away from the one stall, kind of away from all the action, which tells me she's a filly that probably wants to get just a little bit on the revved up or hot side. She comes in her penultimate work, 59 out of the gate on the Belmont training track. Now you have to take those works with a little bit of grain of salt because it's an odd run up from the pole. They break on the outside rail. They're angled in towards the inside, and you'll see a lot of workouts on the training track out of the starting gate tend to be a little bit on the faster side. That being said, she still was best of 30 that day at the distance. Although, like I said, you probably could tack on a few fifths of a second, but still an impressive work. Looks fast. Looking at it from a physical perspective, she definitely looks like she should have some speed. The 7 horse, It's Carol's Way, I found very interesting. This horse has 15 workouts going back to May with no clear breaks, just steadily working since May until October. You don't see work tabs like that. And that was after coming out of the 2-year-old training sale in Ocala in April. So I think it speaks, I don't know what it says about her ability. What it does say is her durability. She just seems that she must take a lot of training, a lot of work. And I heard some good comments about her from the clockers as far as in the morning. But that is, you want to talk about a long, serious work tab going back to May. The 8, Best Girl Magic. She's a foal to the Grade 1 winner, Dream Tree. Looks really good. She's been prepping down at Colts Neck Stable for Jorge Duarte. Usually those horses that train on training centers are always better for a race. They get more clued in instead of working constantly in that sedate atmosphere. And then the 9, Cravings. Boy, Chad Summers' barn has been going extremely well. The Gold Square 2-year-olds have been running well. And she came in just, really announcing herself. She was up on her toes. Big, stout-looking gray filly. Well, they won with a big, stout-looking gray colt yesterday in the Champagne. But she looked very interesting on the outside, the 9, Cravings.
She is intriguing. Richie, thank you, Cravings. This is a filly who worked 10 flat at the OBS April 2-year-old sale. I thought she could have leveled herself a little bit more, and she does debut, I see, with a shadow roll and blinkers, but one that I thought worked pretty nicely at that 2-year-old sale.
Was Brad's horse that won yesterday one of the first essential qualities we've seen win at 6 furlongs?
My World, yeah.
Yeah, so, we probably horses that want more distance.
The Dam is the sister to Colonel John, actually, too.
Yeah, I just wonder if you really want to take this horse at 6 furlongs first time out. But listen, I'm not going to discount the horse worked well at the 2-year-old sale. I'm not going to be shocked if he's effective in here or she's effective. I picked the 8 Best Girl Magic as my best idea. She's not taking any money. Probably a bad sign for her. I think the 6 Clean Winner is a little interesting. I think Sassy 1's very dangerous. But the truth is, for me as a horse player, you're always guessing to a certain extent, but for me, I'm just completely guessing here. Yeah. And that's not something I really want to do. I love the 2-year-old racing, but the best thing about 2-year-old racing a lot of times is using them for predicting later on and seeing horses that are also rans that you get a feeling are much better than they look.
We'll start the post parade off with the number 2, Sean's Rose. First time started by Dialed In.
Yeah, this horse had a decent 2-year-old sales work for Carlos Martin.
Went 10 flat. There is a Godolphin Homebred, Sassy 1.
I'm always scared of Bill Mott's 2-year-old fillies when they debut. I'm scared of that one. Sassy Rose, by the way, is a half to Ridgewood runner, which is probably why Carlos bought the horse.
Daniela Marie, 10-1.
Roddy Valente was saying this horse worked pretty quickly. I know you were thrilled. I don't know if you were thrilled with that workout. I didn't watch it.
9-4 workout at the 2-year-old sale. Didn't love how she moved there. Newtown Pike went by. More on her. There's Clean Winner.
We have not seen Kelly Breen shipping to New York this year, and I think it's probably a good sign for this horse.
There's It's Carol's Way. Went 10-2 at OBS April.
I'll tell you something. This horse at 8-1 might be the horse taking the most money in this race. There is a person name, a common name in there, which always scares me. But this horse could be 80-1, and you wouldn't be shocked.
Best Girl Magic. There she is, debuting for Jorge Duarte.
She's my top guess in here, but not taking much money for what it's worth.
Full sister to Dream Tree, as Richie mentioned. There's Cravings, that daughter of Essential Quality.
Yep. I agree. We'll see if this horse wants more distance or not. A full to Dream Tree, but a bunch of runners that didn't do much running.
And out last in the post parade, the one for the ladies.
Well, Tom Morley probably finishing a cocktail right now at Longchamp with his wife, and much to Keisha and my chagrin, we're extremely jealous of Maggie being at the Arc today while we're here, but we'll get even some way. We just haven't figured out how.
That's right.
And we'll see.
You can earn a 10% bonus today on all win bets at Santa Anita Park. Be sure to opt in at NYRABets.com for a 10% win bonus today. We'll go back over to the number 8 Best Girl Magic. As you mentioned, full to Dream Tree. She was 3 for 3 at 2, and she was precocious. I do wonder about this one. She went 10 flat. She did it pretty easily. You said it. There are actually 6 foals to race. None of the other ones were really all that good. And I remember her from the 2-year-old sale, and that was one of the big concerns.
A lot of horses, you could find one good horse in there.
Yeah,
not all of them, but a lot of them.
Know.
To me, I want to see some others. And listen, I picked this horse. You know, the other thing is, I think for selecting firsters, doing it based on pedigree. It's one thing when they're going the grass for the first time, you know, and you see horses, not even, I don't care if the dam produced 3 horses and 1 that were all claimers on the turf. I look for horses that moved up significantly, or ones that didn't have really good turf sires that won, and today the horse has a really good turf sire, things like that. It's not necessarily, you know, the ones that are halves the really good horses, those horses can be fool's gold for the most part.
8-1 right now on Best Girl Magic. For more, though, as these 2-year-olds warm up, let's go back to Richie.
Yeah, guys, and I'll start right down with the one again for the ladies. I like what I see. You know, a filly that looks like she's very focused, knows what she's here for, but holding it together well. And a lot of times, young horses, precocious young horses, have a tendency to get a little revved up. They're a little bit more clued into what's going on. I like the way she's handling herself. Obviously, as they get closer to the gate, you hope you continue to see that good, clear-eyed behavior. The 3-horse Sassy One, Taking Money, daughter of Into Mischief, trained by Bill Mott, tells me that she must be impressing in her morning trials up in Saratoga. Horse that didn't really catch my eye in the paddock, kind of quiet, unassuming. Liked what I saw when she got the tack on. She kind of puffed up nicely. I can kind of say the same thing about the 6 Clean Winner. Didn't really catch my eye in the paddock, but on the racetrack when she had the tack on, Dylan Davis got aboard. She kind of changed and got a lot more focused, and they almost look like they get bigger, if that's possible, like they puff up, and that's usually a pretty good sign, a strong side. But, well, I'm kind of with the public here with the inside runner for the ladies, as she is your 2-1 favorite.
Taking the money down to the rail, Richie, thank you. She went 9-4 at the OBS April 2-year-old sale for the ladies. Ricardo Santana going to be aboard. We're looking at the 6th, though, Clean Winner. She's a bit intriguing, Andy. As you mentioned, we don't see Kelly Breen, at least in the last year, often with a horse running here, as she will debut in this spot. Daughter of Charlatan, who's not been off to the hottest start. She galloped at the Timonium 2-year-old sale, and little bit awkward, kind of switching her leads in the way she was moving in that race. But the fact that he brings her to New York, I think, is a good sign.
I agree. Now, obviously, they're not running at Monmouth right now, but, you know, but he's got this horse ready to run. He's not waiting to go to Florida to run, where there aren't that many dirt races anyhow. I think it is a good sign. Kelly Breen's a good trainer. This horse doesn't project to take much money. So you could argue, you know, I think you have to look at what odds they are based on what odds you think they could be. That's why I said a horse like it's Carol's Way for Oliver Hosang.
Yeah.
This horse could be 80-1 in this field, and this horse just went from 10-9. I'm going to tell you right now, I think the 7 is a very interesting horse in this race. And a horse like Clean Winner's not going to go off short. Just like Best Girl Magic, probably not going to go off that short. So I don't know that's necessarily a bad sign. It's probably a good sign that Tom's horse is getting better on the rail. But still, I'm not sure that these horses, and I think like the 7 at Carol's Way, it's Carol's Way. I expected when I looked at the board to see at least 30 or 40-1. And maybe it's the workouts. You know, she does show some good workouts, and they're betting her. But still, in this field, she could have been any price. But the morning line maker is saying to me, I made her 12-1 because the workouts look good. He usually gets it right. I still think it's surprising how much money this horse is taking in this field for these connections.
9-1. It's Carol's Way, daughter of McKinsey. As we'll see how it plays out. All first-time starter, 2-year-old fillies in our Spencer Farm 2-year-old race of the day to kick off the pick 6 with that carryover. Good luck if you're playing. Here's Chris Griffin.
Best Girl Magic stepping forward. Pick 6 starts here. Cravings. Last to load. Goes in. Almost. Now in. All set. Movement there to the outside. Cravings. And they're off. Good speed towards the outside from Best Girl Magic is hard sent. Also in between horses, here comes Daniela Marie, and at the rail for the ladies. For the ladies, is well meant, and now for the ladies is a neck in front, has got the lead. Daniela Marie is in pursuit towards the outside. That's the top duo, and they speed up the backstretch together. Just off of them now is going to be Clean Winner. I say just off of them, but is about 3.5 lengths back as they zip through a 21-4 as the front two are going at it early. Clean Winner is back there in third. Starting to make up some ground is Sassy One. From the back, it's Carol's Way is in pursuit for Jose Gomez is in fifth. Losing some ground, Best Girl Magic. From the back, trying to run on Newtown Pike. Cravings is back there too. And Science Rose. The front two still go at it. They've got a quarter-mile left to go, and it is for the ladies in front. For the ladies, tiring a little bit, Daniela Marie. Can the closers catch the top two? It is for the ladies who's still going, approaching a final furlong. For the ladies is still up by about 2. Newtown Pike is making up ground from behind horses, but has a lot of ground to make up, but is the one making up a ton of ground. For the ladies, Newtown Pike, the only one with a shot. For the ladies, almost home. Newtown Pike at the line. Photo! That got desperately close. Newtown Pike and For the ladies in a tight photo for the win. 1 minute 11.23. It's either 26-1 or 9-5 to start the pick six.
What a finish. Slow-mo inside. Oh, that is incredibly tight.
And I got to tell you,
late rally from the 5 Newtown Pike after the 1 For the ladies set the pace.
I have no idea. Hang on.
Wow.
I mean, you couldn't even see it for sure. The slow-mo. Right there, it feels like the 5-1, right?
It felt watching it live like the 5 Newtown Pike got there in time. But she was flying late, whereas you could say For the ladies was getting a little tired at the end, so it might have been momentum, but it's very hard to tell who got their nose down first on the wire. Both fillies ran well.
I agree. I think the 1 ran extremely well here. I mean, that was a wicked pace. It was falling apart. And this is a huge swing for pick six players. You've got the 9-5.
The 5 got it. Wow.
And this horse at 26-1. I mean, big players who used all might be alive, but all small tickets get eliminated. By the way, the 7 got third in there. It's Carol's Way. Did run a bit in there. Very tough loss for the 1 who did everything but finish first in this race. All the dirty work. Got pushed by the 4, Danielle Maria. Didn't run that badly either, frankly. And this horse getting up in the shadow of the wire. Sammy Marin on the McKinsey getting it done. Wow.
For Lindsay Schultz, who has had a limited number of starters here. It seems like they've all been live.
No, this is, I mean, when I printed these PPs, she had 3 starts with a win in a second, and now she's got another win. So, yeah, she shipped horses. And this horse made quite the run. Even here, how could you see her getting up here? My gosh.
Chris picked her up as she was rolling through, and she was flying out of nowhere. What a finish from that first-time starting filly. Very, very tough beat for the number 1 For the ladies, who set the pace on the front end there. 5-1, 7-3, 26-1 shot with the upset. Sammy Marin in the saddle. She looks like she wants to go around again. She was just getting started. Bring you prices when we come back.
Warrior. Elite Power on the far outside. Jackie's Warrior settles for third today. At the 16th pole, Godline is second, but Elite Power does it again.
Leading at 875 down 900 and 900,000.
The power of a champion.
Please hold your applause.
The power of Juddmonte.
We're back on America's Day at the races as we see an upset runner, Newtown Pike, heading into the winner's circle for Lindsay Schultz. She came flying late and got her nose down on the wire. Let's go down to Richie.
Yeah, thanks, Acacia. And I'm so glad to be joined by Samuel Marin, who you picked out and told us was a rider to keep an eye on several months ago, and you've proven to be very prophetic there, Acacia. Newtown Pike got there in the shadow of the wire. Sam, did you think you got there?
I did definitely thought I had him, you know. As to what you were moving right at the end, I would say the last 16 of a mile, I definitely thought you had him, so.
Now, you were leading rider over the winter at Tampa. You had a great summer at Monmouth. Lindsay Schultz, is that someone now that have you ever worked this filly for her? That's somebody you've been working with at Monmouth?
You know, we were talking this morning about her. She even said that, I don't remember if you ever being on her, but just trust her and, you know, be confident on her. She's going to give you a lot. Just, you know, try to keep her clear. And then, like she said, that she was right. My horse, she was kind of lost at in the beginning of the race, the first quarter. I kind of took her out. And you can see it. We were kind of going zig and zagging if you watch the race again. But she finally got to, you know, see the clear right at the end and got it done.
Sam, you're having a tremendous year. What are your plans for the winter? Are you going back to Tampa?
Yeah, that's our plan so far. So we're going to go to to Goshen for a little bit until Tampa's open. And then right after, we'll be down there.
Well, you're riding great and opening in people's eyes for sure. And a guy that I think at some point we'll see step out, maybe even try New York or another jurisdiction, because I think he can ride anywhere he wants to go.
Picking up the win here, Richie, thank you. Sammy Marin aboard Newtown Pike. It was that close.
Sammy was confident he won. Somebody was Sammy.
There's the photo. A flared nostril.
Tough beat for the one.
Ooh,
she ran too well to lose that race. Taking nothing away from the winner, but the one really did all the dirty work.
Results in our Spencer Farm 2-year-old race of the day. $54 winner Newtown Pike on debut, getting the victory over Wellbacked for the ladies. We'll stick with the 2-year-olds in race 5 coming up next. New York bred maiden special weight, going 6 furlongs on the turf. Fancy Lights, no surprise, currently a short price. An intriguing runner, though, is the number 7, Scorch, as this filly gets back onto the turf for Fernando Abreu, as it does seem that horsemanship runs in the Abreu family. For Fernando, brother Jorge, maybe they're at different stages of their careers, but both having success on the racetrack. So Jorge and Fernando, really happy to have you guys sitting down here. 2 brothers, 2 trainers. Jorge, let's start with you. You've had multiple Grade 1 winner in Scottish Lassie. Can you explain just what she means to you and what she's done for the stable?
Well, she means everything for me right now. It's very important for this business because you're only as good as your horse and as good as your last race. And by this filly winning of Grade 1 in Saratoga, it was great and opened a lot of doors to me.
And Fernando, I mean, we've seen you really make a splash coming up here to New York.
He pushed me to come to New York because I had Patter Pop, and you know, which was behind me, big claiming owner. Fortunately, everything started rolling, and I got a very different stable than George. You know, I don't have that luxury of 2-year-olds yet. You know, they probably consider us a stake trainer and a claimant trainer. You know. When you're gonna go down the Sherrow, and I won't have the claimant 32, I'll have a Scottish Lassie. That's the whole thing that drives me to wake up in the morning.
Plus, we have a different method. He likes to run horses quick. It haven't worked for me. I like that 5 weeks, 6 weeks in between races.
But when you're in the claiming game, I think certain spots you gotta put them in. Certain horses you don't wanna do too much. 2-year-olds, you come back 14 days, 15 days on work. And I don't like to work horses too much because you know, anything could happen in the morning and they don't make no money in the stalls. So as a claiming guy, you have to go out there and try to perform for your owners.
How is it kind of competing on the same circuit in
I like
brothers?
when I beat them.
Very, very competitive. Yeah, we go at it. We talk a lot of crap at home and stuff like that, especially if we got in the same race. Unfortunately, he got the upper hand on me now, but...
But you're coming for him.
Yes, and in the claiming game, I don't think he's as sharp as I am, but you know,
Well, that's not my forte anyway. Yeah.
Who do you think, if you have two horses, one for each of you in the race, who's going to be the worst loser?
If I like my horse, I'm a terrible loser. He could tell you at any level. I live with him, and he had to listen to me like all night long. I don't stop.
You have to hear it.
Yes, he's horrible. Horrible when it comes to
I'm
losing.
a terrible loser. If I like my horse, if I get beat by somebody that I don't think it should beat me in the race, that's my day right there.
I hate losing too, but I take it a little different. I don't complain as much as him. I stay in my room and just don't come out one of the days.
I think there's a deep respect, I think, that you have for one another, right?
Oh, we do.
Oh, yeah. There's no doubt about it. Like, I don't know who's his #1 fan besides me. I always root for him, especially on those big races. And forget his Scottish Lassie, I want him to do the Derby. You know, he's in that level right now where he could go on and some owners could see him because he does great with 2-year-olds. You know, I'll sit back and watch. It's like me winning the Derby, watching him do it.
Well, maybe we've seen Jorge Abreu with some good 2-year-olds, but Fernando will have his chance with a 2-year-old coming up in this next race. There is the #7 Scorch on her way over as she gets back to the turf, and she's a horse, broke through the gate in that turf start, 2 starts back. I think she's worth another look at a bit of a price.
Yeah, I mean, there's 2 important things about that race. One is the one you mentioned that was not in the chart. She broke through and ran off a little bit before that race and got reloaded. And after that, she ended up chasing maybe as fast a pace as we'll see, relatively speaking, given they were 2-year-old maidens that completely and totally incinerated. And she's the one that made the first move into it, and that's never the winning move in those kind of situations. So her effort was better than it looks. And when you think about being compromised by breaking the gate, a lot of money is going to be on fancy lights in this race. I think Scorch is the one they have to worry about.
Joel Rosario getting back aboard as well for Fernando. Of course, longtime assistant to the chief, H. Alan Jerkins, and now having his own chance on the New York circuit as well.
Yeah, you never really had a chance really to get to know the chief at all, did you?
No, I didn't, unfortunately.
I've
heard stories.
He was, there will never be another one like him, and I mean that in a very, very good way. He was the greatest. He really was in so many ways.
We'll start the late pick 5 with these New York bred turf maidens. After this, we'll talk more about Scorch and the rest of the field when we return on America's Day at the Races.
Dynasty in motion, reshaping the sport's greatest tradition, channeling the legends of his line and surpassing them. 4 of the last 6 Derby winners carry his genes. A Golden Son, a Horse of the Year. Another chapter written beneath those iconic spires. Derby dreams fulfilled for the titans of our industry. From authentic to sovereignty, a legacy both real and supreme. Into mischief.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
You're watching America's Day at the Races as we take a look at the new logo for the new Belmont Park. I I will miss the old one, I won't lie. But of course, there's a lot to look forward to in 2026 and the trajectory and the emphasis that New York is putting on New York racing and the new Belmont Park.
I agree. I think it's really exciting. I like the new logo.
Yeah.
And, you know, there are a
Very
lot of
modern,
things.
like the new modern Belmont Park.
There are a lot of things that we all feel sorry about losing your father-in-law. I always felt one of the saddest things he's never going to get to see the new Belmont. He was so looking forward to Belmont opening, and I think a lot about Christophe and how much he loved Belmont. And we all feel similarly about it. It's going to be great to get back there into the new plant and the new surfaces as well.
The turf course, one of the turf courses already on schedule with the construction over there. If you go training and you're on the backside, you can kind of get some glimpses as it continues to be built up. It's pretty cool to see as well. And of course, looking forward in 2 years to the Breeders' Cup being held at the new Belmont Park as well, which will be pretty special for the New York Horsemen, who for once will not have to ship across the country.
So it'll be 22 years.
Yeah.
And I imagine we'll be hosting quite a few Breeders' Cups, which is going to be fun.
Absolutely. Well, there's a look at Fancy Lights, the current favorite in the paddock, as she comes off of a near miss last time out at Saratoga, where she finished second. She did take another step forward from first to second start. She's had 2 in the money finishes. Don't you feel a little, though, that George Weaver's, especially turf sprinting 2-year-olds, they were winning at first asking?
I agree. I feel like 2 starts for George, they usually win if they're good enough. It's kind of the similar thing you talk about this with, I think, with any trainer that's winning a lot, whoever it is. Their 2-year-olds win early. And if they don't, she ran fine here. She got an absolutely perfect trip to get it done. And she wasn't even running that much at the end. She can win. I'm not in any way knocking her. I think she is probably the right favorite. I wonder if the horse that ran 4, Ticket to Ride, because the first turf races horse ran in, she ran super. She runs back to that, she'll probably win. Her last race was dreadful. Maybe she just can't really run anymore. I like the 7 Scorch. I think Fancy Lights is dangerous. I think the 10 Raynham Hall is dangerous in here. I thought she comes out of a good race, and she ran well in that race. I have no knock on her at all, and she's an overlay at 7-1 in my opinion.
She is. Face Arenata, who is well touted for Linda Rice, would come back to run second in the Joseph A. Gemma, making a pretty good account of herself in her next start too. Raynham Hall just got run down by that one late. Certainly one to keep an eye on as well. Not to mention, we just saw Rudy Rodriguez with an upset winner. Are you going to let him get away with another one?
Well, his barn's been live. His horse has been running well here.
She is currently 7-1, 8-5 on the winner as well. The number 9, Ticket to Ride. Let's get back to her momentarily because you brought it up, and I think it's an interesting conversation. She really took a big step forward when she got onto the turf back in July. She was then purchased privately and moved to Safi Joseph's barn. Was she one of those early 2-year-olds that was kind of cranked up for Saratoga? Can she get back on track?
And cranked up wanting to sell. And I don't think there's anything wrong with doing that, you know. And in fact, I applaud them. And you wonder, because she should have won that maiden race. And they were pretty good horses. Trading Trouble, Sacred Goddess, they're okay. And if she wasn't blocking the stretch, she would have won that race. But then, man, I mean, her race last time we just showed, she didn't do any running at all. So can she get back to that race? If she does, she could win. Probably the horse to beat if she does.
I think so, too. She's 4-1 right now. Richie getting a good look at these 2-year-old fillies in the paddock. Richie, what are you seeing?
Yeah, I'm going to talk about several long shots here, and just because from a physical perspective, they look like they will like the turf, starting with the one, My Little Army Girl. The mare was an 8-time winner on turf. This filly basically showed nothing on dirt first time, but looking at her from a physical perspective, that wider, flatter foot, longer, slacker pasterns, just thought that was kind of interesting. Now, she's going to have to improve, and obviously, you know, we're looking at her potentially what she may do getting to the turf for the first time. Same thing I'm going to say for the 6, Just a Click. She was entered first time out for the turf. It rained off. She regressed in her second start going up to Finger Lakes again on the dirt. Now she gets to the turf for trainer Mike Maselli. Mike Maselli, terrific horseman, was a tremendous jockey. Won the Travers in, I believe, 74 on Holding Patent. She looks like a turf horse. I mean, she's got that longer, slacker pass and big, wide foot. Just, you know, something to point out. And throw into the handicapping conundrum that this race is. And then the 11, Hannah's Hideaway, she would get the paddock check mark. She could not be better turned out for Lisa Bartkowski. It adds the blinkers. I thought she ran decently going 5.5 in Saratoga. Then she stretched out. Looking at her from a physical perspective, I think she'll appreciate getting back to more of a sprint distance, and maybe it's a little bit of that Goldilocks effect. First time out, learning 5.5, it's a bit quick, a little too far. Second time, now you're getting back to 6 furlongs with 2 races under your belt. Maybe everything is just right.
13-1 and a nice price as well. Richie, thank you on Hannah's Hideaway. You can take home your share of $5,000. Hit the late pick 5 at Belmont at the Big A today, and you could split $5,000. Visit NYRABets.com to opt in. Interesting race coming up. You also have the late pick 5 starting here. If you did not have that big price upset winner in the first leg of the pick 6 in the 2-year-old race in race 4, you can come right back and you have a little bit more form to sink your teeth into with this race. We'll meet the field starting off with My Little Army Girl. Richie touched on this one. She's got a big dam side turf pedigree.
She does. Charlatan is a Spites town, so you could get some turf influence. And Dam was 8 for 24 in the turf, won over $240,000, $200,000 I should say.
My Divine One, I thought really interesting, cutting back in distance.
She could be interesting. Belmont's numbers, turnbacks in the turf with maidens, he's just 2 for 27, 56-cent ROI, 8 hitting the board.
The favorite, Fancy Lights.
Well, she's logical. I think she's a little overbet right now, but she's certainly logical.
Espresso Teeny, second-time starter.
I've had a couple espresso martinis with Ray Handel over the years. They're more enjoyable than this horse's first race.
First-time starter, Wayward Queen.
I haven't seen a soft Ronan run any horses in New York in a while. Ships his one in with Raylu.
Just a Click, first time on the grass.
Yeah, going to have to improve, and there is a good, the second turf dam's okay, actually.
Fernando Abreu with Scorch.
As we both said, we were interested in Scorch. Think she has her best chance today.
My Boston Beauty cuts back in distance.
Yeah, the problem is she didn't run particularly well sprinting or going long on turf.
There's trouble getting out of the gate. There's Ticket to Ride.
Is she going to ever get back to that one turf race? That's the million-dollar question.
9-2 right now. Raynham Hall, interesting at a price.
Very square price at 6-1 in here, a horse that makes a lot of sense.
For Rudy Rodriguez. There's Hannah's Hideaway cutting back.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree with Richie. She did a little bit of running first time. Wish she did a little bit more running, but she's probably better suited to sprinting.
Probable Choice, another one cutting back in distance.
Yeah, the turf races just weren't very good. A long shot, I'm sure. This one would certainly blow up the pick 6.
Let's go back to the 10, Raynham Hall, Fort Rudy Rodriguez, as this one did take a big step forward in her second start as Arenata would run her down. That's the one whose grand dam is La Verdad. Again, that one would go right into the Joseph A. Jimma and finish second. Raynham Hall kind of made that first move, taking the lead.
Right, as the race was kind of falling apart at the end. I thought this horse ran well in there. It was a big improvement off the debut. You like to see that, and any kind of further improvement. She's a big-time player and is 7-1 right now. I would have no problem with somebody that thought she was a player in this race. And I know some people are disappointed because St. Margaret didn't finish well in her race here on Friday, but I don't know that she ran that badly. I think that she was victimized by her post. Not because post 12 is necessarily bad. I think because she had that post, they rode her maybe a little more aggressively than they would have if she had more of an inside post, and she ended up getting caught up in a very heated pace battle that totally fell apart. So I think the jury's still out whether or not St. Margaret is okay, and I think the Raynham Hall just comes out of a decent race and is a generous price, in my opinion, at 7-1 right now.
Getting a big warm-up out there under Kendrick Carmouche. Richie, what is Raynham Hall showing you in the track?
Yeah, you know, it's funny. You look at horses in the paddock and you see one thing, and they get to the track and you see another thing. And she just really perked up, got that big aggressive warm-up, made a super impression on the racetrack. And she ran well in Saratoga at a period of time when Rudy Rodriguez's barn was just not going well in Saratoga. Now things are going well again. They're hitting on all cylinders, and I think she's a major player, and particularly from what I saw on the racetrack. I'm going to stick with the 11, Hannah's Hideaway, getting blinkers, turning back to 6 furlongs. Love the way she warmed up. Jose Lascano already 2 wins after coming back from injury. And I just thought she was interesting at a big price. And I love what I'm seeing from her, again, from a physical perspective.
18-1, generous price on that one. We are moving over to FS2, just the messenger. You can catch this upcoming 5th race there, as well as the Weah, our feature still to come in race 6. So be sure to check your local listings and join us over on FS2.
Stop lying. We were going to be in FS1 the whole time, and Acacia said, I really want to spend those last 48 minutes on FS2. So stop pretending you're the messenger here.
I promise. I'm just shocked we're getting.
I'm shocked it's a clean segue. I'm just happy about that.
FS2 coming up for the rest of our coverage. Be sure to join us over there. Thank you very much for watching America's Day at the Races. We'll see you over on FS2. You're watching America's Day at the Races. Thanks for joining us over here on Fox Sports 2. Our live coverage continues. Acacia Kamal alongside Andy Sterling. We have Richard Migliori reporting with us as well. As Andy, we are just a few moments away from race 5 in New York bred 2-year-old turf sprint. For those who are not watching over on FS1, what do you like?
I like the 7 Scorch in here. I think it is a far more wide open race than the board suggests, where Fancy Lights is an overwhelming favorite, even money. I have no argument. Fancy Lights is one of the ones in this race. But in my opinion, and I think you agree as well, and I think Richie also agrees, there's a lot more going on. Fancy Lights got a good trip last time, ran fine, but I don't think that race is so much better than other horses. And as far as Scorch, a horse I think you like as well as me in here, in the 1 turf race, she broke through the gate beforehand, ran off a little bit, which is never a good thing. She also chased a supersonic pace, made the first move into it, the race collapsed, and I think she'll get a much fairer chance today. And frankly, if you are against the 3 and you're right, you're going to get paid in this race because she's 4 to 5 and everybody else is a square price.
Yeah, you'll get some value on the board for sure. Scorch, always thought she looked like a turf course, and that's what she gets to do today for Fernando Abreu. 4 to 5 though on Fancy Lights for George Weaver, who has been deadly with his 2-year-old turf sprinters. We have the late pick 5 kicking off here as well, where she also had some interest in the number 11, Hannah's Hideaway, who's cutting back in distance in this spot. Again, though, 4 to 5 on your favorite as they load in for race 5. Let's send it up to Chris Griffin for the call. Race 5, Belmont at the Big A.
Field loading. Post time here for today's 5th. Wayward Queen going in. Hannah's Hideaway. Wayward Queen. Just a click. Just a click. Eric Henselin, just a click. A little reluctant here, just hesitating briefly. Now moving forward. We're getting Wayward Queen situated. Gonna be Probable Choice to the outside. Probable Choice. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Just a click with early speed from in between horses and down towards the inside, Fancy Lights. Fancy Lights now puts ahead in front. Just a click is right there with the early presence, and out wide are their Ticket to Ride. Just in behind them comes Scorch, who's joined on the far outside. That's Hannah's Hideaway. At the rail moving on through, My Little Army Girl. That's the leading pack, and just behind them, Raynham Hall is now tracking center of the race course, is progressing and moving up from the 6th position. Behind them in 7th, that's Espresso Teeny. Then in 8th is going to be Wayward Queen. Towards the back end of the field, Probable Choice. And the trailer, My Divine One. Actually, one more behind them, My Boston Beauty. Well into the far turn, and 22 seconds flat for the opening quarter mile. Ticket to Ride is the leader, Fancy Lights. The favorite in full pursuit. My Little Army Girl is chasing, is taking a shared third. They reach the top of the lane. Ticket to Ride is trying to win it. Dylan Davis right now. Here comes Fancy Lights, and Fancy Lights comes calling for the lead, and Fancy Lights has taken the lead. It's Fancy Lights who's in front. Raynham Hall is chasing, but Fancy Lights is opening up here with the 16th left to go. Raynham Hall is still giving chase. Fancy Lights is almost there. Fancy Lights, Raynham Hall. Fancy Lights, got it. Fancy Lights over Raynham Hall, then came My Little Army Girl and Ticket to Ride in 1 minute 9.50 seconds.
Fancy Lights, a favorite, a winner. She got the right kind of trip, broke sharply. Ricardo Santana let the 9 go, and he tipped out when it was time, and she finished best.
I still have no idea how this horse was 4 to 5. She did get it done. A lot of them didn't really do much running. I'm not sure why the 7 was as far back early as she was, given the speed she had first time out. But this horse got it done. She was 4 to 5. She won the race. I still don't get it. Sorry.
Fancy Lights at a short price, 4 to 5 over the number 10, Raynham Hall. We talked about her a bit before the race. She was a generous price. She had to settle for second in here, but she checked in there. Clearly second best at 6 to 1.
Yeah, my advice to Fernando, which he probably doesn't care about, was Scorch, why are you so afraid to be aggressive with her all of a sudden? Why did you want to rate her in this race? Be forward. Forward horses
She looked a bit
do
keen
well.
early, the 7 Scorch as well, just not really settled.
Yep.
3, 10, 1, and a photo for third. My Little Army Girl. Richie thought she looked like a turf horse. She took to it. Certainly an improved effort from her dirt start.
Yeah. So this horse got the trip, but she won fairly comfortably. I don't see it. I don't see her at 4 to 5, but they were right.
4 to 5 with the victory. Ricardo Santana riding very, very well since shifting his tack here to New York as well. New York bred 2-year-old for George Weaver, and it was the number 9 checking in 4th. 3, 10, 1, 9, 4 to 5 shot with the win to break her maiden. Prices and more. And of course, graded stakes action still to come after this on America's Day at the Races.
Now $1,600,000, $1,600,000 out of bid today, $1,600,000 out of bid now bid now $650,000, $1,650,000, $1,650,000 out of anybody else $650,000 out of bid today, $1,650,000 out of that, $1,600,000. Thank you.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Be sure to get started at nairabets.com. Today, we're at New York City's racetrack, not too far away from New York City itself. And Fancy Lights gets the victory here in race 5. New York bred and maiden special weight with Ricardo Santana in the saddle.
Yep, she rewards the people that made her 4 to 5. I didn't see it, but she got the job done and she was best.
third career start proved to be the winning one for this 2-year-old filly by Galilean, as she was forwardly placed, ended up letting the number 9 Ticket to Ride go to the front end, which seemed to be a positive for Ticket to Ride. She just doesn't seem to have it anymore.
Yeah, she's nowhere near the horse she was in that first turf race, her second career start. Nice race by the 10, stalking on the outside, but she was just second best in this race. I'd like to see Scorch get one more chance, and next time, be aggressive. Use her speed. I don't know, maybe she's just not that good, and that could well be the case, but I'd like to see her be more aggressive. I think it would at least give her a chance to maybe get it done.
Fancy Lights, the winner, though, ridden to victory by Ricardo Santana, who's standing by with Richie.
Thanks, Acacia. And Ricardo, such a welcome addition to this jockey colony. Ricardo, one thing you do consistently so well is getting your position going forward, and you were always in the right spot today.
Well, first, I need to say thank you to PJ, Mayan. I love it. We spoke every morning before the races. You know, he always say, "You Santana, try to move forward every single race." And, you know, I'm really thankful, you know, to have a PJ in my team and you know, and all the opportunity for all the owners and trying to give it to me here.
Well, PJ's doing a great job getting the opportunities, but you're making the most of them. You're a strong finisher. You put horses in the game. And this filly, when she was laying second going easily, you had to feel pretty good.
Well, I warmed him up pretty well. She surprised me how she opened the gate today. Because when prior she broke a little cold, and today she broke really fast. I was surprised I wasn't in the lead, so I used to take a little hold on her. Just let the other one go. I sit on the side of the other filly, and she was much the best today.
Now, you've really kind of made a mark here. A lot of people are impressed with your ride as well. They should be. What's your plan going forward? Are you going to stay here this winter?
Well, I let it. You know, I'm a good passenger. You know, I let it P drive the boat. You know, and I just gonna let he decide what are we gonna do.
Okay. Well, it's great to have you here. I'm sure he and PJ will come up with the right plan. I like that. He's gonna let PJ ride the boat.
And they've been an exceptional team together, Ricardo Santana and his agent, PJ Campo. They've been putting on the right horses, and Ricardo's been delivering as well.
No question about it. Ricardo's riding great, and I'm sure PJ would give him all the credit. But I think you have to give some credit to PJ, who's got him into the right barns and the right horses, and they have been a tremendous team together. PJ and I have been friends a long time, and he's done a great job with Ricardo.
As we get ready for our feature coming up next, it is the Weah, named in honor of one of the greats to ever race, as we take a look back at the 1978 Man of War and some of the big races that she did win.
I was at the 1978 Man of War with my grandmother, with Grandma Sophie, and I liked Weah. I loved Weah. She's clearly one of my favorite horses, and Sophie bet on her because she bet every horse that Angel rode. Because Cordero rode her, and every race, she said to me, bet on Angel for me. And we saw Weah. She won a grade 1 in the dirt. That's the top flight I think you're looking at right now. She went to California. She originally was with Daniel Wildenstein when she came over for trainer Angel Penna when he started shipping horses over. Peter Brandt bought her. They did so well together. She was a tremendous racehorse, and there's Angel riding her. Her race in the Diana, I thought, against Pearl Necklace, where she said, I believe it was a world record at the time, might have been one of her best races, but she had so many good. Look at it. I mean, $820,000 for a filly or mare on the those races is like $10-20 million now.
Yes.
You can't even imagine. She did it the hard way, and look at that record. 24 for 29 in the money with 14 wins, running against the very best of the best here and over in Europe. She was quite the racehorse. I absolutely love her. She will always be one of my favorite racehorses.
Here is the field for this year's rendition of the Weah. Came up a competitive field, a big field as well, grade 3 event. La Mejana currently the favorite, as she will try to defend her title, having won this race last year.
And I agree with the public that she's supposed to be favored in this race. So looking at pick 3s, I think by post-time Village Voice, the morning line favorite may well be favored in here. La Mejana is clearly a better horse with Given the Ground, but to say that she can't compete at a high level without Given the Ground would be a mistake. I'm not even sure her 4th place finish in the Flower Bowl last time might not be good enough to win this race. She's a very nice horse. Step back or not, prefers a little Given the Ground. She's still very dangerous and is a major player here.
Yeah, certainly is. We'll see what La Mejana can do, trying to get back to the winner's circle after that dominant score over a yielding turf course in the Glens Fall 2 starts back, as we will recap what took place in one of the marquee races in the world. The Prix de l'Arc de Triomphe took place early this morning. Darius over Mini Hawk in a thrilling photo finish.
Introducing Peace and Justice, new to New York in 2025. A proven sire with over 200 wins, 16% wins per starts, and one of only 2 New York-based stallions to have a graded stakes winner at Saratoga in 2024. Now, with 3 different racing surfaces coming to New York, and with New York breds running for equal purses as open company, Peace and Justice is the sure choice for 2025. Peace and Justice, now standing at Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions in New York.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, boost your bankroll with weekly promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
The brilliance of the legendary Arrowgate and the speed and stamina of the sire of sires, Uncle Mo. Introducing Petulante, the first son of Arrowgate to stand in New York after winning handily at first asking.
Petulante! He's got a kick here, and he's going to prove much the best.
He won or placed in all 7 of his lifetime starts, including the Grade 3 Salvatore Mile.
Petulante, Nimbus Class, Petulante!
Petulante, now standing in New York. For information, visit IHDVStallions.com today.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them. Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, but we actually kicked off on Fox earlier this morning with coverage of the Arc de Triomphe, and it was a thrilling photo finish. The favorite Mini Hawk for Aidan O'Brien struck the front, Andy, in that relentless run from Darius, with Mikhail Barcelona able to run down there.
Well, the Aga Khan might have passed away, but his horses are still running really well. I always love those Aga Khan horses. I love the silks.
Iconic silks.
Kalanisi, was that the really good horse he is that won the Breeders' Cup years ago?
Yeah.
I was like, and they finished well ahead of the field in there. Aidan O'Brien must have thought he had another Arc win, but it was not to be.
Fort trainer Francis-Henri Gaffard saying winning the Arc for the Aga Khan in the Aga Khan silks, probably one of the most special things you can do in France.
No, I mean, there's so many great horses over the years and so important in the game and getting the job done. They ran well, and a nice effort by both the first and second place finishers.
Yeah, some rain falling over there, but it looked like the sun came out for the actual race.
I think it did, though. I thought there was some rain was coming during the race and the sun was partially out.
It was raining during the race, but it was sunny. It was odd, yeah.
Does it matter if it rains or not? They turn the fire hoses on that course if it doesn't rain. I was there. I remember being there from America watching it.
It's
like
a
they're
soft course, I
just
think.
dousing the courses with water, and I'm thinking, we don't do that over here.
No, it's a little bit different, that's for sure. France's marquee race, and as we said, one of the most important races in the world.
Yeah, not just France's marquee race, but really, as you say, one of the very biggest races all year.
It was an exciting one, that's for sure. Speaking of France, a mare that started her career in France, and that is La Mahana. She's currently the favorite in the Grade 3 Weah. Coming up next, trying to defend her title in this race. There she is in the paddock. More on her and the rest of the field after this.
The rumblings started early and only intensified, with performances that sent shockwaves across the nation. At the center of it all,
Epicenter is at the top of the 3-year-old class in the Run Happy Travers.
Epicenter, 3-year-old champion by Not This Time. Coolmore America, home of champions.
The world's premier breeding stock event, the November sale at Fasig-Tipton. The precocious Brightwork won her first 4 starts at 2 in a powerful campaign. A debut winner at Keeneland over future Royal Ascot star Crimson Advocate. She then won the Debutante Stakes at Ellis Park. From there, she captured the Grade 3 Adirondack by 5 lengths. In her next start, she conquered the Grade 1 Spinaway, defeating Grade 1 winner Ways and Means.
Brightwork is a superstar.
At age 3, she won the Grade 3 Prioress over graded winner 2 Sharp and 5 other stakes winners. She has earned nearly $700,000 for owner WSS Racing and trainer John Ortiz. This daughter of Outwork is a half-sister to recent graded stakes performer Justice Fancy. She hails from the female family of Grade 1 winner and exceptional young sire Gervin, as well as classic placed Midnight Bourbon. Grade 1 winner Brightwork, selling this November with Hill and Dale at Alapa, agent.
McCulloch is at the back of the field with La Mejana. Idea Generation went 141.4 for the mile. And here comes Immensitude ready to pounce towards the outside. Immensitude to the outside of Idea Generation. McCulloch starts to rally. La Mejana was at the back and dives down towards the inside. It is Immensitude trying to fend off La Mejana with a ground-saving journey. Immensitude is a nose in front. La Mejana catching with every single stride. La Mejana gets up and wins the Weah.
La Mejana in the 2024 Weah up the rail. Great ride by Kendra Carmouche that day. She will try to defend her title, picking up another victory in the Weah this afternoon.
I'm laughing watching this race occasion. I know you'll kind of agree with this because after coming up the rail to win this race, she got buried down the rail in like 2 or 3 races.
Oh, it was
races
awful.
she could have won because she
in
was
Long
unlucky.
Island, after that, she got buried on the rail and she ended up hitting the rail. She was pushed into it and just had a brutal trip. She's had some tough trips. Victim of pace down at Gulfstream in those races that Beach Bomb wired. And then last time out, Kendrick saying she was wide and she never kind of got covered up and she never switched off as a result.
Yeah, she didn't run a race last time, but she still ran well enough to compete here.
There she is, 8-5 right now. La Mejana, Manny Franco going to be aboard today, the 6-year-old mare, following the pony in the paddock, as is always the MO for her, keeping her settled. For more, as horses are in the paddock, getting a good look at them, let's head down to Richie.
Yeah, man, we'll stay right there with La Mejana, the 5, and she just is very settled, handling herself beautifully, has her, her blocker, if you will, in front, the pony. But she just looks very, very professional, very good. She's obviously won on firm ground. I think her 2 starts back in the Glens Falls, she really appreciated the give in the ground. Now, that's not going to keep her from performing today, getting firm ground, but I do think she's better with a little bit of give in the ground. She looks great. She's a major player here. You know, the distance is not an issue whatsoever. And Manny Franco getting aboard for the first time. But one thing about these riders, in this day and age, you have all these tools available to you to watch replays, to familiarize yourself with horses. I don't know if he's ever worked, or Acacia, you probably know better about that, but you talk to the connections, you even talk to the groom, the exercise riders, you glean as much information as you possibly can. She looks great, as does the 2. Beach Bomb, not the biggest filly, South African bred. They're usually pretty rugged. She's a filly that gets herself some position going forward. She looks very interesting to me, as does the 4, Village Voice, making her first start off an extended layoff. Basically coming up on a year layoff. With a lot of trainers, that would be a huge cause for concern. With Chad Brown runners, it doesn't seem to matter. He had 1 win off a 2.5-year layoff in Saratoga. And I love the way they picked up her work tab, where she went on September 15th, 5 furlongs in 101. September 22nd, 5 furlongs in a minute, basically. And then the penultimate, or the last work before the race, I should say, a nice, easy maintenance kind of move. And I will say, I think it's a big step up for her, a very tough race. But the 8, Big Beautiful, is extremely well named. She is big and beautiful.
Lives up to her name, that's for sure. Richie, thank you. We'll see what she does stretching out in distance, and she has speed.
Oh, if Eric's not in the front with her, he either didn't get out of the gate or he made just a mistake. She's a speed, but she also rode a very good rail last time, and I think she's a little bit dressed up. I don't blame them for taking a shot here. She's just not for me.
Filly by Kodiak, Big Beautiful, 10-1 right now. We'll meet the rest of the field, starting things off with the number 1, Lady Firefoot, Big Price.
She's kind of a neat horse, in some ways an overachiever, but she's in a little bit deep here.
Christopher Elliott going to be aboard from the rail. There's Beach Bomb trying to get back on track.
She's close to favored in the doubles in pick 3, so I don't think you're going to be getting that 6-1. I just worry that her recent form is kind of fallen apart.
Alamara won an allowance race last time.
She did, but she's taking a big step up here. I've never really liked her, but maybe she's improving.
Village Voice wild card as she makes her U.S. debut.
Yeah, I mean, she has some good European races and has faced good horses, including White Birch.
Yeah.
She could be better than these horses. We'll see.
La Mejana trying to defend her title.
Yeah, no, I think she's the horse to beat. We've already talked about it.
There's Noir, second time in the States.
Yeah, I didn't think her European form was that good, and she didn't do any running last time, but maybe she needed the race.
Blinkers on, Alluring Angel.
Trying to stretch out here. She's going to have to improve stretching out to be effective here.
The speed from Big Beautiful. There's the 9 Serona, second time U.S.
Yeah, I mean, I think her race last time may be a little bit better than that 78 buyer suggests. I still don't know if it's quite good enough to win here.
And American Sonia, 6-1.
I like American Sonia in this race. I think she's very talented, and if she could run her best race, hoping she does second off a layoff, she can absolutely win this race at a square price.
That's the field as Graham Motion sends out 2 here, and he's standing by with Richie.
Yeah, thanks, Acacia. So pleased to be joined by Graham. And you have 2 runners here, starting with the 2 Beach Bomb, South African bred. Not the biggest filly, but boy, she's shown that she's pretty durable.
Yeah, she really is. I mean, her last couple of races have been disappointing, but I kind of have to put a line through Kentucky Downs, and the Colonial race was just an odd race. She'd never run a bad race up until then. She's been very honest.
What kind of trip would you like to see her have?
I mean, she's going to be forward. I mean, it's hard to imagine Tony's filly won't go. I think Javier will go forward, but hopefully be tucked in.
And your other filly, Serona, German bred, good effort last time in the all along. Her first start off the bench. What are you expecting from her?
Yeah, really good. I mean, off of that race, I spoke with the owner, and I thought she'd go a little further over here on the firm, flat surfaces. It's just a question of whether she gets the trip, really. She needs to settle.
So the concern would be the mile and 3 furlongs for her?
Yeah, she just hasn't done that. But, I mean, she acts to me like she would. We'll find out.
Graham, you ship up from your base at Fair Hill. Now, I've got some information from some sources that say your wife Anita's out to lunch. You didn't come up here to Saddleys to avoid lunch, did you?
She's actually out with my mother, with her mother-in-law, so I'm very grateful for that.
Well, best of luck here, and always great to see you.
You got all the scoop. Thank you, Richard.
Guys.
Richie, thank you. As I believe it was you that passed on that.
I might have done a little bit of conversation with Anita earlier. I might have uncovered that information earlier. Anita and Graham are 2 of the best people in racing. There's so much about what's great about this game.
Yeah.
Do you know where they met?
I do not.
They met when they were both galloping horses at Chantilly.
That's pretty cool. I did hear that, actually, now that you mentioned that.
Yep.
No, I did. Of course, Anita, very involved with the Real Rider Cup, which is coming up
2
soon.
weeks.
Yeah.
Maggie will be in there.
Maggie
We got to make sure to
Migliori,
sponsor
Richie's
Maggie
daughter
and
as well.
Gabby too. Got to
Yeah.
sponsor her. I told Maggie I'd give her more money, but it doesn't really matter who you give it to as long as you're giving it for the right cause.
For a wonderful
But
cause.
yeah,
with
they
Over
moved it, right?
Aftercare.
It was normally right after
Yes.
Saratoga.
Yes, yeah, they moved it a little bit later.
Yeah, the
But a
18th.
great event that they've been doing. Yes, I believe so. So anyway, there is Big Beautiful. I'm sorry, there's American Sonia. This is a horse, I think she's very interesting, Andy. She'd come over twice to America to run in the Saratoga Oaks, which was a bog. She finished a good second that day. Then she disappointed the following year in the New York. When she came back last time, I thought that she was a horse. Kathy and Marissa just looked best in there, but I thought American Sonia was a horse who would really benefit from that start.
I agree. I wonder if Kathy and Marissa must have gotten sick or something to have missed this race, because I imagine there was a prep for this. And this is her race in the Prix-Jean Romanette when she lost to the heavily favored Marquis de Sévigné, who actually, she almost beat, losing by a head in there. And if she could run this race, I think she could win here. I've liked her efforts at time when she runs her good races. She has lacked consistency. There's no doubt about it. But I agree. I thought her last race was a very good Titan for this, close to the fast pace and just not quite finishing. But now she comes here, second in the country for Brennan Walsh. I like that they're leaving her over here, and I think she has her chance to run her best race today. And she's a square price at 6-1. I've always had an affinity for this horse, and I'm going to take her to upset this field. And interestingly enough, we talked about the number 2, how much money Beach Bomb had taken in doubles, and she's now down to 3-1. I get it with Beach Bomb. My problem is twofold. other than her big figure race in the very boggy New York, she's a contender at best in this race. But she's a contender coming off of 2 bad races. Now, trainers' jobs is to make excuses sometimes. And Graham says, well, Colonial, you know, whatever. She didn't run there. She didn't run Kentucky Downs. And I'm always ready to use Kentucky Downs as an excuse. But she's a short price. If she's 10-1, you want to do it. I thought her last 2 races have been abysmal, especially relative to the kind of races she's run before. Now, I hope for Graham's sake she does bounce back in here, and maybe she will. But I'm not even sure on her best races if I love her, though she has finished ahead of La Mahana a couple times.
She's 3-1 right now, and Richie, and I believe your top pick, Beach Bomb.
Yeah, I'm going there. I will put a line through the Kentucky Downs race because I've seen a lot of horses just not run as well there. They're not as confident on that undulating ground. I do think the race at Colonial is a bit more problematic to explain away, and she is a 5-year-old mare. And there is a point where some horses start to lose their enthusiasm for racing. I was just very taken with her physical appearance. Thought she made a great impression, and I like the way she looked in the warm-up, very focused. It is a 3-turn race. She's drawn to the inside, so she should get to save quite a bit of ground. I do think Big Beautiful should be the horse that goes to the lead, and maybe she's going to get that right trip, the horse in the spot to kind of make first run when a horse like that comes back to you. I agree. There are questions. That's where I landed. The 4, Village Voice, I liked her in the paddock, liked her even more in the racetrack, settled in nicely. You never know with horses coming from Europe for the first time, you know, how they're going to handle things, hooking up with the pony, different things. She just was matter of fact about everything, very professional. And the 5, La Mahana, just looks too good not to talk about. This 6-year-old mare could not look any better in the flesh. I guess she's trained by a pretty decent guy named Miguel Comat.
Doing okay. 5-2 on La Mahana right now as she continues to be your favorite coming in. Will try to defend her title in this race. So, Andy, you mentioned that you felt that 4-1 on Village Voice was a bit cold for her.
Yeah, especially considering she's favored in a lot of multi-race bets, so she's not taking any money, and that's not a great sign. I mean, she ran a couple races against White Birch. White Birch would be 2-5 in this race. So she's run some good races.
In Europe are much tougher than what you'd find in the States.
She does have a race a couple years ago where she finished right behind American Sonia, to put that in perspective. She hasn't run since last October, and she's just dead on the board. I mean, it's shocking that she's a bigger price than Beach Bomb. I don't know anyone could have predicted that.
4-1 on Village Voice, making her U.S. debut, first start in nearly a year. 5-2 on the favorite, La Mahana. Beach Bomb taking attention now, actually co-favored on Beach Bomb as well, as she's a short price. See how it plays out coming up in the Grade 3 Weah. Have a pick 4 kicking off here as well. Of course, paying tribute to Weah, one of the greats. You've heard Andy talk about her and just her accomplishments on the racetrack.
I've talked to Peter Brand about her for hours. I mean, he loved her too, and I'm such a fan of hers. You know, it's one of the things that we love about this game, are horses like that, horses that capture your imagination, that you remember, and just keeps you coming back. And you want to learn about the history of the game, look up the horses that a lot of stakes in New York are named after.
It's our feature on the day, the Grade 3 Weah. You're watching coverage live here on Fox Sports. Chris Griffin has the call.
American Sonia. American Sonia goes in. All set for the Weah. And they're off. Beach Bomb asked for speed. La Mahana's in the early mix too. And from the outside, here comes Big Beautiful. Big Beautiful will show the way. We'll take them into the turn. It's Big Beautiful well in hand. Eric Hensel and Big Beautiful into the turn. Just behind them is La Mahana. It's going to track right there in third. Just got passed towards the outside here from American Sonia. It's a moderate tempo early, but Big Beautiful is a clear leader. And Big Beautiful will take him to the top of the lane here the first time, and it's Big Beautiful up by 3. Content to sit second there is American Sonia. Right behind them is La Mahana. Noir is in the 4th position. Alluring Angels in 5th, and Beach Bomb in 6th. Right there in 7th, Village Voice is a shared 7th and 8th with Sorona. The 2 at the back, Alimara and Lady Firefoot. They're all chasing Big Beautiful. Big Beautiful is the leader. Big Beautiful doing it nicely as up by 2. American Sonia in full pursuit right there, a close-up second. And Noir is alone in third. La Mejana's lost some ground now as 5, almost 6 off the leader. It's Big Beautiful takes him into the turn. American Sonia and the front 2 continue to put some distance on the rest of the field. Noir is in front of La Mejana, who's right there in 4th. Then comes Beach Bomb in 5th. Alluring Angel, patiently ridden in 6th. It's down towards the inside. It's moving up on the outside. Here comes Serona from 7th. Back there in 8th. No move yet, Village Voice. They are starting to bunch up, though, in behind the leaders. Far outside is Alimara, the trailer. Lady Firefoot, 114.26 for 3/4 of a mile. Can Big Beautiful take them all the way? American Sonia will be the first to get a shot, is stalking right there from 2nd. Noir is leading that. Second grouping is right in behind them. La Mejana saves some ground. Here comes Beach Bomb, and Beach Bomb is launching a rally from 5th. Alluring Angel starts to slip through, and Village Voice, Alluring Angel, if there's no traffic, is going to try and split that seam. The leader still is Big Beautiful. Here comes American Sonia ready to pounce. La Mejana gets called a question, and now still trying to get out Alluring Angel. Oh, and they just brush shoulders there with Beach Bomb. They reach that top of the lane. It's still Big Beautiful. Beach Bomb is now lugging in Alluring Angel. A lot of bumping back and forth. Beach Bomb and in the clear. Village Voice, grandstand side is lifting late. Alluring Angel, a tough journey. Beach Bomb right there. Village Voice trying to catch them both. Beach Bomb, Village Voice to the outside in time. Village Voice got up to win it in the final strides. Beach Bomb 2nd, Alluring Angel. Then came American Sonia, and a photo there with La Mejana in 2 minutes 15.71 seconds.
Village Voice with the late run on the outside. We said with her European form, she might arguably be the best horse in this race, and she was. Now, there was a lot of bumping going on in the stretch here. The outside horse was Beach Bomb, the 2. She does kind of get bumped a little bit. Then she comes back in onto the 7 in Alluring Angel as well. Clear on the outside, though, was your eventual winner.
Yeah, I do think there will be an inquiry, and I wouldn't be surprised if Beach Bomb came down for fouling Alluring Angel, because it does seem like from what we saw, though it was pretty distant. We can watch again, but the 4 was clear of it, and man, she was dead on the board, but she was not dead on the racetrack as she makes the last move, the winning move in this race. And it turned out you didn't want to be that close to the pace in here. And American Sonia, I thought I was live. She just couldn't finish the deal in here as the race fell apart late. How about Alluring Angel, who a hard horse to like, not good enough, didn't look like she'd want to go longer. She did, in fact, and I'll be interested to see if there's an inquiry, but the inquiry will not involve the winner if there is one. Here it is. In the light blue is the number 2, and the 7 is in red. And she's come over a little there. Now she came out. Will she come in and foul her here? Pretty minor, Acacia. What do you think? Probably
I agree.
Not worth it.
It was. Also, Alluring Angel is the type of horse that tends to drift. I think Beach Bomb caused this more, but it's a little bit funny because Alluring Angel is one that has had the tendency to kind of be a little bit all over the place in the stretch in the past. Not involving your winner, though, 4-2-7-10. Richie, what did you see in the stretch there?
Yeah, Beach Bomb was a little bit erratic, and she did drift out and then came back down to Alluring Angel. But I felt like Javier straightened her up enough where there wasn't significant contact. Now, there was some intimidation, but, you know, it's interesting in different jurisdictions how they adjudicate what they determine is intimidation. On this particular one, I don't see enough to what I would believe would warrant a change.
I not only agree with what Richie said, I don't even think there's any reason to really look at it. After looking at it, I think we thought it was hard. It's a little hard. There's a long distance away, but watching it 2 or 3 times, I think it was just race riding.
Well, you can kind of see the 2 Beach Bomb. She's swapping leads. And when she kind of jumps back and forth between her left and right leads is when she veers a little bit. I don't think that there was ever a time perhaps when the 7 Alluring Angel was going by or that the bumping and contact was significant enough to stymie her run in the stretch there. But
I agree.
Something worth taking a look at there. Not affecting your winner, though, the number 4 Village Voice, first time in the States, come running late to win the Weah.
Yeah, no, nice ride by Dylan, making the last move, and a horse that figured to be, I think she was the morning line favorite, and you know, and I think the morning line favorite, it's a tricky thing because if you look at the multi-race bets, she was in fact favored in all of them. She just ended up going off at a very generous price, as it turns out, getting it done at 4-1, and this is one when I like to say they knew, they didn't.
And for La Mejana, the one who did go off favorite, she was far more forwardly placed today than she ever has been. Turns out you did want to come from off of it today. Village Voice comes running late. She gets the win, her first stateside victory. We'll bring you reactions and prices when we come back.
Who's still a nose in front. Koru is lifting late as well. Better lucky than good at the rail. Better lucky than good. Koru, better lucky than good, wins the finale.
Welcome to Adelphi Racing Club's unparalleled partnership experience. Exclusive access to the backstretch at Belmont and Saratoga, premier accommodations on race day, and of course, experience excitement like no other. Contact us today to get a taste of the Adelphi difference.
Zaccheo, Flatterer, Flat Top, McDynamo, Goodnight Shirt, Snap Decision, legends that have defined steeplechasing's finest hour. For over a century, the Far Hills Race Meeting has set the gold standard for racing. On October 18th, the tradition continues at Moreland Farm. Come be a part of the pageantry, beauty, and excitement of steeplechase racing's biggest day. Tickets are available now at farhillsrace.org.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. This Winter Circle Lead-In is brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton November Sale, the world's premier breeding stock event. Nominate your star today. Village Voice making her U.S. debut. She makes it a winning one, $10 winner over Beach Bomb. A little bit of bumping there in the stretch. Obviously, nothing too egregious as it is official. Village Voice with the win. Let's head down to Richie.
Yeah, thanks, Acacia. And Dylan worked out a nice trip with Village Voice, but she really leveled off beautifully in the stretch. Big, long stride on her.
Yes, Rich. Yeah, she ran well today. Talked to Chad in the morning, just with the year layoff, just being mindful about saving as much ground as possible. Saved ground both turns and started moving up down the backside, trying to get in a little position there and get her into the clear and see what she has. And was able to get to the outside and straighten her up. And she was all game, and she was ready today. Thanks for the team. She ran well.
You know, now it is interesting, right? Chad Brown could have runners come from these extended layoffs, but they have them fit and ready.
Yeah, it's exclusive to his program. He does well, and you know, regardless of a year layoff, 2 years, whatever it is, he's always very mindful of his horses and when they're ready and paying attention to them. So he saw that she was ready to go, and we did our best, and she was game here and best.
Dylan, last winter, stepped out of your comfort zone a little, wound up riding in Florida for the winter, kind of opened up some doors, got you in a position to pick up mounts like this. What's your plan for this winter? Are you going to stay put here, or are you still going south?
I'm going to stay here for the winter because I thought that it hurt me in my daily business in Saratoga. It did help me as well going to Gulfstream the past winter because I did get to show myself to new faces, new owners, and new trainers, and being mindful and keeping them in their mind, and I thought it was great, but opted to come back for the winter here, and I've had a lot of success here, and money's great, and there's no reason to change that, so coming back and building up my New York business again, and I'm always willing to ship.
Well, of course, right? Have tack bag will travel. Yeah. Terrific ride here.
Thanks, Rich. Right.
Guys.
Dylan Davis and Village Voice with the win. as you always know you're doing something right when Keith McCallum's interviewing you on the way back to the room.
And she was kind of lugging in a little bit in the stretch, and I think it took a while for Dylan to be able to straighten her out. When she finally straightened out, she got it done. They were right to bet Beach Bomb. She actually ran very well in that race, finishing second. Alluring Angel as well. Maybe she has a bit of a future going these long-distance races. Best race she's probably ever run.
And that was the first race with blinkers on for Alluring Angel as well. Want to watch if she continues going at these long distances, but Village Voice making her U.S. debut, a winning one in the weigh-in. Well, it's that wraps up the stakes action for this weekend in New York, and certainly we've had enough of it this weekend.
It's been a great week, all week, really. We ran stake races every day. It's been a fun week of racing, and boy, you can't get better weather than this.
It's been gorgeous, and we saw Napoleon Solo, who was solo in the Champagne yesterday, went to the front end, and he just kept going, pulling away from what seemed to be a pretty exciting group of 2-year-olds.
No, he was very impressive. I'm not writing off Tom's horse. He obviously had trouble chasing, going a mile. I still think that horse is going to be good. He just may not want to go this far. But Napoleon Solo, he never stopped running. 94 buyer for him to put into perspective. 97 for Ted Nafi. So those two seem like the fastest two heading towards the Breeders' Cup, especially given the is it the Chandelier? Is that the?
That's the Phillies race.
I can't keep track of it. American Pharaoh.
American Pharaoh.
I don't think it came up that strong. 4 Baffert horses and none of them won.
As far as the fillies are concerned, it's a pretty wide open group as of now. The 2-year-old fillies, Iron Orchard, showing a new dimension, being able to come from off of it, and wins stretching out in the Frisette.
Yeah, with Tommy Joe coming down to earth in the 2-turn race, put up or not, this race is wide open, and this horse, another New York bred heading out there. A couple New York bred grade 1 winners yesterday, and give Danny credit. He changed the running style, and it turned out to be effective.
Yeah, she was impressive, winning and a very game effort. Thanks very much for joining us today and all weekend on America's Day at the Races. We'll be back on Thursday. Just a short show, 1 to 2:30 p.m. as we saw Village Voice take the weigh off a layoff. Her first time in the States, no problem. Gets the victory in the feature today. It's been a tremendous weekend of racing all around. All those big Breeders' Cup prep races as well. Thanks for watching all of it. For Richard Migliori, Andy Sterling, I'm Acacia Kamal. We'll see you back on Thursday.
When the spotlight shines on the race, there's a team behind it, working before the world wakes up. They care, they sacrifice, they make it all possible. Best is here to care for them because they deserve the very best too. We support their health, their hopes, and their humanity. Best, behind every champion is a team, caring for the people who care for the horses.
Deep in the heart of horse country, from these Kentucky hills has sprung a legacy rivaled by few. From the all-time greats of yesterday to the breed-shaping bloodlines of today, our roots hold strong with the promise of tomorrow. For over a century, Our passion has guided us to where we stand and everything we stand for. Claiborne Farm, the tradition continues.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
Horses on the track here for today's 7th race. Race 7, 6 minutes away. Today's 7th, start of the late pick 3, 6 minutes. Approaching the gate for race 7. Post time here for today's 7th. House United. Shattuck. Social Hour. Moving forward. Social Hour. Going in. Dreamlike. Hot Spun. Red Miller. Last to load to the outside. Red Miller goes in. All set. And they're off. Good speed towards the outside. Hot Spun and also Red Miller showing some speed. And towards the inside, here comes Golden Symphony. Golden Symphony will now take command as a neck in front of Hot Spun, right there in second. Just behind them on the muscle. That's Social Hour wants to go. It's just in behind the leaders. Tight hold here for Social Hour is now a shared third and fourth. With outside of that one comes Red Miller. And down towards the inside, here comes House United to join them from fifth. They're in sixth is Ranger Battalion, and seventh is going to be Dreamlike, and the trailer is Shattuck. They work up the backstretch, 23 seconds flat for that opening quarter mile. It's Golden Symphony. Ruben Silvera, they're clear. They're up by a full length. Chasing is House United towards the inside of Hot Spun. They're second and third. Still on a tight hold is Social Hour in behind horses, and here comes a run towards the outside Red Miller. Ranger Battalion starts to move towards the back end Dreamlike, and still the trailer Shattuck. 45.50 and no turning back. Golden Symphony is sent for home right now. Golden Symphony is still up by a length. All in now, House United trying to make up some ground. Out wide of there is Red Miller. Also in that mix is Hot Spun. Ranger Battalion 5 wide. They reach the top of the stretch. Can Golden Symphony keep going? Hugs the rail and kicks away. Golden Symphony is battling on. Ranger Battalion down the center of the racetrack. House United continues to just charge after this leader. And here comes Dreamlike from far out of it. Dreamlike grandstand side. Dreamlike starts to pick up rivals quickly. Golden Symphony at the rail. Dreamlike is still in front. Golden Symphony. How game is this horse battling back? But Dreamlike, that's your winner. Dreamlike wins it over Golden Symphony. Then came Ranger Battalion, followed by House United. In 1 minute 35.11 seconds. 4-1, 5-2. Order finish here in today's 7th race. Winner the 4, Dreamlike. Second the 1, Golden Symphony. Third the 5, Ranger Battalion. And fourth the 2, House United. Into the winner's circle, the winner of today's 7th race, the 4, Dreamlike. He's a 5-year-old gelding, bred in Kentucky by Gunrunner, out of Time to Tap. Winning owner, Ronald P. Stewart. Winning trainers, Linda Rice. The winning jockey, Kendrick Carmouche. 4-1, 5-2 in race 7. Exacta for 1, $71.02. The double, $15.17. The trifecta, $133.58, and superfecta, $779.07. Pick 3, $339.14. Pick 5 returns $7,138.47. Running time in race 7, 1 minute 35.11. Coming up, it's race 8. Today's 8th is 22 minutes away. Start of the late double. 6 furlongs, outer turf. Race 8, scratch 13 in 22 minutes. And they're off. Good speed towards the outside, Hot Spun, and also Red Miller showing some speed. And towards the inside, here comes Golden Symphony. Golden Symphony will now take command as a neck in front of Hot Spun, right there in second. Just behind them on the muscle. That's Social Hour wants to go, is just in behind the leaders. Tight hold here for Social Hour is now a shared third and fourth. With outside of that one comes Red Miller. And down towards the inside, here comes House United to join them from fifth. They're in sixth is Ranger Battalion, and seventh is going to be Dreamlike, and the trailer is Shattuck. They work up the backstretch, 23 seconds flat for that opening quarter mile. It's Golden Symphony. Ruben Silvera, they're clear. They're up by a full length. Chasing is House United towards the inside of Hot Spun. They're second and third. Still on a tight hold is Social Hour in behind horses, and here comes a run towards the outside, Red Miller. Ranger Battalion starts to move towards the back end, Dreamlike, and still the trailer, Shattuck. 45.50 and no turning back. Golden Symphony is sent for home right now. Golden Symphony is still up by a length. All in now, House United trying to make up some ground. Out wide of there is Red Miller. Also in that mix is Hot Spun. Ranger Battalion 5 wide. They reach the top of the stretch. Can Golden Symphony keep going? Hugs the rail and kicks away. Golden Symphony is battling on. Ranger Battalion down the center of the racetrack. House United continues to just charge after this leader. And here comes Dreamlike from far out of it. Dreamlike grandstand side. Dreamlike starts to pick up rivals quickly. Golden Symphony at the rail. Dreamlike is still in front. Golden Symphony. How game is this horse battling back? But Dreamlike, that's your winner. Dreamlike wins it over Golden Symphony. Then came Ranger Battalion, followed by House United. In 1 minute 35.11 seconds.
Weekends are for winners at Naira Bets. Opt into the Late Pick 5 hit and split bonuses to claim your share of $5,000 every Friday through Sunday. $5,000 hit and splits every weekend when you bet with Naira Bets.
The brilliance of the legendary Arrowgate and the speed and stamina of the sire of sires, Uncle Mo. Introducing Petulante, the first son of Arrowgate to stand in New York after winning handily at first asking.
Petulante! He's got a kick here, and he's going to prove much the best.
He won or placed in all 7 of his lifetime starts, including the Grade 3 Salvatore Mile.
Petulante, Nimbus Class, Petulante!
Petulante, now standing in New York. For information, visit IHDVStallions.com today.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them. Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
Horses stepping up on the racetrack here for today's 8th race. Race 8, 7 minutes away. Today's 8th, 6 furlongs outer turf. Scratch the 13, race 8 in 7 minutes. Horses approaching and now at the gate. It's post time. Post time here for today's 8th race. Late double, 6 furlongs on the outer turf. Runners loading. Suspiciously named goes in. Here's free spin. Free spin. Repurpose. Noble One. There's snare. Clipmaster. Snare. Momentum Files. Do. Irrelevant. The Commish. Career Risk to the outside. Career Risk. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Good speed from in between horses, suspiciously named out towards the front. And here comes Irrelevant. Irrelevant has the lead, is trying to sprint away. Here comes the Commish from the outside. In between horses, suspiciously named, and at the rail, that's Loch Coran. That's the leading 4. Just behind them comes Do. That's the gray, who's towards the outside here. Momentum Files, then Repurpose on the far outside. Career Risk towards the back end of the field. That's Snare and the purple silks. Red silks is going to be free spin. They're followed to the outside by Clipmaster, and far back the trailer in Noble One. They work into the far turn 21 and 4 for that opening quarter mile. Irrelevant's got the lead. Suspiciously named is chasing Irrelevant. Irrelevant and suspiciously named, they're 1-2, and they are 5 clear of the rest. Trying to run on, there comes the Commish, who's now within about 4.5 of the lead, due towards the outside. The rest got to pick it up. Irrelevant is the leader. Suspiciously named and Irrelevant. Irrelevant is trying to hold off Suspiciously named, and here comes Suspiciously named, and they brush. They got a furlong left to go. Irrelevant to the inside continues to battle on. Suspiciously named is trying to run on by. Suspiciously named. Irrelevant. Irrelevant with the head in front. The winner is Irrelevant. Irrelevant won it over Suspiciously Named, then came Do, then a 3-horse photo for 4th in 1 minute 8.39 seconds. 6, 7, 10, 4. Order finish. The winner of today's 8th race is Irrelevant. Number 6, Irrelevant. He's a 3-year-old gelding bred in Florida by Instilled Regard over Know-It-All Anna. Winning owner is Dennis Narlinger. Winning trainer is Rick Dutrow. The winning jockey, Ricardo Santana Jr. Give another win on the card. 6, 7, 10, 4. Stand by for prices. Running time, 1 minute 8.39. Exacta return $80.05. The double $71.10. Trifecta $729.87. And superfecta $4,743.46. The pick three $198.36. And Grand Slam $87.30. Running time 1 minute 8.39. Coming up, 9th and final. Race 9, a mile and 16th. Inner turf. Scratch the 7, 13, 14, and 15. Race 9 in 22 minutes. All set. And they're off. Good speed from in between horses, suspiciously named out towards the front. And here comes Irrelevant. Irrelevant has the lead, is trying to sprint away. Here comes the commish from the outside. In between horses, suspiciously named, and at the rail, that's Loch Coran. That's the leading four. Just behind them comes Dew. That's the gray, who's towards the outside here. Momentum Files, then Repurpose on the far outside. Career Risk. Towards the back end of the field, that's Snare and the Purple Silks. Red Silks is going to be Free Spin. They're followed to the outside by Clint Master, and far, far back the trailer, Noble One. They work into the far turn, 21 and 4 for that opening quarter mile. Irrelevant's got the lead. Suspiciously named is chasing Irrelevant. Irrelevant and Suspiciously Named, they're 1-2, and they are 5 clear of the rest. Trying to run on, there comes the Commish, who's now within about 4.5 of the lead, due towards the outside. The rest got to pick it up. Irrelevant is the leader. Suspiciously Named and Irrelevant. Irrelevant is trying to hold off Suspiciously Named, and here comes Suspiciously Named, and they brushed. They got a furlong left to go. Irrelevant to the inside continues to battle on. Suspiciously Named is trying to run on by. Suspiciously Named. Irrelevant. Irrelevant with the head in front. The winner is Irrelevant. Irrelevant won it over Suspiciously Named, then came Due, then a 3-horse photo for 4th in 1 minute 8.39 seconds.
Adelphi Racing Club offers the unparalleled excitement of owning thoroughbred racehorses at a fraction of the cost. We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Our New York-based high-performing equine athletes, trainers, and jockeys compete and win at the highest level circuits. Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference, and let's win races together.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
The 2025 Global Symposium on Racing. It's the premier networking event of the year. Connect with the who's who of racing. Collaborate face-to-face with key decision makers. Be a part of the international conversation. Discover the latest technology and innovation. Join us December 8th through 10th. Register at racingsymposium.com.
Horses stepping on the track here for today's 9th race, race 9, a mile and 16th inner turf. Race 9 in 7 minutes. approaching the gate. Horses are at the gate. It's post time for today's ninth and final on this Sunday finale. Belmont at the Big A. Curly Q Girl. Getting Serious. Sharing Wisdom. Essence LV. Samartina. Just Brilliant. Candy Moonshine. Fancy in Flight. Lastilo. Goes in, all set. And they're off. Good speed from Black Rose, right towards the front, and has company from Candy Moonshine. Now Candy Moonshine will press on, Getting Serious towards the inside. Will be a close-up second, but give it to Candy Moonshine. The clear leader is on a tight hold. Here comes Black Rose, applying pressure. Back to third comes Getting Serious, is followed to the outside here from Fancy in Flight. Pretty stacked up here. The front four start to move towards that turn. Then comes Abigail, is going to be in the orange cap. It's three in that group, is in between horses San Martina, and at the rail, that's Curly Q Girl. Trouble on the turn for Abigail, cornered very wide. Just behind them at the rail comes Sharing Wisdom. Towards the back end of the field here, we've got Perm. Second last will be Essence LV, and the trailer, Just Brilliant. Up top, the leader is still Candy Moonshine. Candy Moonshine goes at it with Black Rose, and the front two start to sprint away. They're up by 3.5. Getting Serious is right there, patiently ridden from third. Encouraged to keep up from fourth is Fancy in Flight. Curly Q Girl right there in fifth. They're followed towards the outside in sixth here from Samartina, who's in front of Perm. And now behind them comes Sharing Wisdom. Up on the far outside, here comes a move from Abigail. Abigail's been a little green, and Perm wants out of there too, as they're going to corner very wide. The two at the back, Just Brilliant, who starts to rally from the back, and the trailer, Essence LV. They're coming after the leaders now, and here comes Getting Serious. And Getting Serious is making a big move. Fancy in Flight can do the same. Candy Moonshine is still the leader. At the top of the lane, Black Rose is still there too. Candy Moonshine sprints for home. It's Candy Moonshine who's trying to get the job done. Fancy in Flight is 86-1 and rolling here towards the inside. Just had to steady. Getting Serious is in front. It's Getting Serious who's got the lead. Fancy in Flight trying to rally on with Candy Moonshine. Getting Serious, the clear leader. Getting Serious, Samuel Wren. Getting Serious wins the finale. Getting Serious, Candy Moonshine tight there, Fancy in Flight. Holding off Perm, that's in a photo. In 1 minute 43 and 4. Winner posted the 2 Getting Serious. Second went to the 5 Candy Moonshine. It's a photo for show. Please note, the Steward's Inquiry sign will be coming up on the board. Finishing third was the 12 Fancy and Flight, and fourth the 6 Perm. 2-5-12-6. The Steward's Inquiry involves the 5 and the 12. Your second and third place finishers. A Steward's Inquiry taking a look at the stretch run between the 5 and the 12 in race 9. Hold all tickets, race 9, unofficial. Again, this inquiry right now does not involve your unofficial winner, the 2, 5, 12, 6. Unofficial. In addition, we'll have a jockey's objection, 12 against the 5. So second and third is the Steward's Inquiry, and now rider's objection. Jockey aboard the number 12, lodging objection against your second place finisher, the 5. Hold all tickets, Steward's Inquiry, rider's objection in race 9. Winner of today's 9th race is the 2 Getting Serious. She's a 2-year-old, bred in Kentucky by Heartspun out of Romantic Moment. Winning owner, Stuart Janney III. Winning trainer, Shug McGahee. The winning jockey, Samuel Marin. Samuel Marin with another victory on the afternoon. Result is unofficial. Steward's Inquiry and objection, second and third in race 9. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a disqualification from second for interference in the stretch. Number 5, Candy Moonshine, is going to be disqualified from second and placed third. New order finish will be 2-12-5-6. Once again, a disqualification here from second for interference in the stretch on the 5. Candy Moonshine disqualified from second and placed third. 2:12, 5-6 order finish in race 9. Race official, $1 exact to 212, $311.47. The double $70.27. Trifecta $2,798.92. The superfecta $38,547.21. The pick 3, $188.13, and pick 4, $425.57. Pick 5, $1,287.09, and the pick 6, 5 out of 6, $209.52, and 6 out of 6 returns $27,878.46. Running time, 1 minute 43.83. Up on your video monitors, take a look at the incident there in the stretch run. Run through the lane here between the 5 and the 12. Did not involve your top finisher, the 2. It did result in the number 5 being disqualified from second and placed third. You'll see here up on your video monitors, you're going to see a look at the stretch run. The number 5 here in yellow silks, the 12 in blue. In deep stretch, you will see the number 5 cause interference to the 12. Run through the lane. Stewards deeming this interference causing the 12 there to steady, brush the rail. Did warrant a disqualification from second and placed third. Thus a disqualification of the 5 in the yellow silks from second and placed third. You'll take a look at the replay one more time. The number 5 in yellow silks, the 5 and the 12, light blue down at the rail. Interference, thus that interference warranting a disqualification from second and placed third. that will conclude our live racing action here for this Sunday afternoon here at Belmont at the Big A. We thank you again for joining us here for this great week of racing. Thanks for getting involved in the Pick 6. We will resume racing here next week, right back here on Thursday. Our afternoon program, Belmont at the Big A. First post will be 110. 110 first post, 8 races on that Thursday afternoon card. That does conclude our live racing here tonight. Thanks for joining us wherever you are, and we'll see you right back here Thursday, first post 110, with the New York Racing Association and live racing Belmont at the Big A. Good night. And they're off. Good speed from Black Rose right towards the front and has company from Candy Moonshine. Now Candy Moonshine will press on, getting serious towards the inside. It'll be a close-up second, but give it to Candy Moonshine. The clear leader is on a tight hold. Here comes Black Rose applying pressure. Back to third comes Getting Serious, is followed to the outside here from Fancy and Flight. Pretty stacked up here. The front 4 start to move towards that turn. Then comes Abigail. It's going to be in the orange cap. It's 3 in that group. Is in between horses San Martina, and at the rail, that's Curly Q Girl. Trouble on the turn for Abigail, cornered very wide. Just behind them at the rail comes Sharing Wisdom. Towards the back end of the field here, we've got Perm. Second to last will be Essence LV, and the trailer, Just Brilliant. Up top, the leader is still Candy Moonshine. Candy Moonshine goes at it with Black Rose, and the front 2 start to sprint away. They're up by 3.5. Getting Serious is right there, patiently ridden from third. Encouraged to keep up from fourth is Fancy and Flight. Curly Q Girl right there in fifth. They're followed towards the outside in sixth here from San Martina, who's in front of Perm. And now behind them comes Sharing Wisdom. Up on the far outside, here comes a move from Abigail. Abigail's been a little green, and Perm wants out of there too, as they're going to corner very wide. The 2 at the back, Just Brilliant, who starts to rally from the back, and the trailer, Essence LB. They're coming after the leaders now, and here comes Getting Serious. And Getting Serious is making a big move. Fancy and Flight can do the same. Candy Moonshine is still the leader. At the top of the lane, Black Rose is still there too. Candy Moonshine sprints for home. It's Candy Moonshine who's trying to get the job done. Fancy and Flight is 86-1 and rolling here towards the inside. Just had to steady. Getting Serious is in front. It's Getting Serious who's got the lead. Fancy and Flight trying to rally on with Candy Moonshine. Getting Serious, the clear leader. Getting Serious, Samuel Wren. Getting Serious wins the finale. Getting Serious, Candy Moonshine tight there, Fancy and Flight. Holding off Perm. That's in a photo. In 1 minute 43 and 4.